Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Testing, testing. Hello, Ron.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, Ron.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Good evening, folks. This is Ron Tyler with the Emergency Management Associates coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, in the crossroads of the West. It is now 8:32 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on January 20th, 2020. We have Terry Rumpel also here with us, and I do not have any audio with Terry or anything else going on here.
Can you hear me now? Nope.
Just stand by, please. We are having technical difficulties. We have no audio on this end of the broadcast. I don't know whether anybody can even hear me at this point in time.
I can hear you, Ron.
Terry's speaking, but I can't hear him.
Yes, I am. Testing, testing.
Great. All right. Stand by, everyone. Please stand by.
Well, I signed out and signed back in. Did that help?
Please stand by. Terry can hear me, but I can't hear Terry,
That's true.
and I can't do anything. Testing 1, 2, 3. Nothing. It's not one thing, it's another. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, nothing.
Well, are you winning, Ron? Nope.
Hello, 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 nothing. Nothing, hello, nothing. Nothing, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, Ron. Can you hear me now? No, can't hear me now.
Nothing, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3, nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Testing 1, 2, 3, nothing.
I'm still here.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, nothing.
I'm still here.
Testing, testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, testing. Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. I can't hear Terry. Testing 1, 2, 3. I can't hear Terry.
I'm here.
Testing 1, 2, 3. I can't hear Terry at all. I have nothing. Yeah. It seems like I'm not broadcasting either. Yeah, I can't. No, we can't. Yeah, he can. Yeah, I can't hear him. There we go. Now speaker's on. Speaker is on.
Now can you hear me?
Terry, can you talk?
Yeah, I'm talking.
There's Terry, but I'm not hearing him. I'm not hearing Terry at all. No. Now I'm broadcasting on Spreaker, but I can't hear him. Wow. I don't know if you disabled. I need to have my mic, and it's not the webcam mic. It's just a regular high definition mic. I believe so. Yeah. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here too.
I'm broadcasting on Spreaker too, but I can't hear Terry on Zoom. No, it would be that mic. It would be the microphone high definition audio device down there. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Terry, can you talk?
Yep.
Okay, I've got Terry now.
Oh, you've got me now.
Oh, yay.
Good job. See if I can screen share.
Okay. All right. Everyone, welcome back to the Freedom Revolution Network with the Emergency Management Associates program here, the EMA Preparedness Radio Show. We are talking with Terry Rempel tonight. We brought him into the discussion tonight. It's Monday night. That's usually what we've done. Sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody. We understand that you guys are here and you guys could hear me and Terry, but I could not hear Terry. So now we're here. Terry, welcome. It's good to hear your voice again.
Yeah, here I am.
Terry's here. Here he is. Yes, it's awesome. Anyway, folks, we've got quite a bit to talk about tonight. Before we go over to Cascadia, I wanted to briefly talk about two other events that happened today. One was over in the Sandwich Islands this morning early. We had a 6.1 magnitude earthquake there. This is the second 6.0 or 6.1 we've had during the past, well, now it's like 36 hours. But we honestly thought we'd have sixes and sevens going on, but that we have not had any sevens going on at all. However, we did have a 5.0 just west of Panama today. Now, USGS and the other agencies downgraded it to a 4.8. Earlier today, well, several times today, I went back there into the back seismologist study page and found out that there were also two 6.5s that were registered by sensors out in the ocean. Now, the downgrade, I don't believe should have happened. Quite honestly, I don't believe it should have happened at all. Knowing what I know about earthquakes and seismology, I looked through all the earthquakes. There were at least 130 that USGS said there were, and I did not count all the earthquakes. I honestly did not. But it doesn't matter, because usually when they say there's 130, there's usually 140, 150. However, knowing that a lot of these sensors registered 5.0 and above, and we had two 6.5s that were registered as well. And yes, there were quite a few 4s, but there were also quite a few 5s. I believe this should have at least been a 5.0 or larger earthquake. Again, we've talked about this before. You just can't trust these supposed experts, but that's what's been going on. We have this energy there. We also have earthquakes that have happened down in, for example, let me bring this other map up. We've had a 4.2 in Calama, Chile. That's up in northern Chile. We've had that 5.0 over in Panama. We've had 3.6s and 4.9s over in Puerto Rico. That's very typical. We had a 3.8 over in Fincastle, Tennessee. Now, this was not anywhere near the New Madrid Fault, folks. Nowhere near the New Madrid Fault. This was on the southeast end of the North American plate. The southeast end of the North American Craton. That's how that earthquake originated. We also had, before we go back to the United States, we've had a 4.5 over in Fiji. This was a deep earthquake. This was 539 kilometers beneath the surface. And if we went over to the depth to magnitude conversion chart by Bill and Rebecca, we would find out that we would have to add a 1.2 to this earthquake because what we're going to have is a fulcrum point earthquake. At this point in time, we have no registered earthquakes that USGS has on the map, but we know that there's earthquakes over in Papua, Indonesia. So we are probably going to have a fulcrum earthquake either in Papua New Guinea or over in the Mariana Islands or Vanuatu. But that fulcrum earthquake is going to amount to at least a 5.7 to a 6.0. That's what that earthquake is going to be. It also could go east, meaning it could go over to Easter Island or over into Chile or Argentina. That's where the earthquakes sometimes head as well. They go north, they go east, they go west, and they also go south. So we could also have a fairly large earthquake, well, a very large earthquake over in Fiji to New Zealand. That could happen. Today, we also had a 4.9, 5.0 earthquake in the Philippines. Iloilo, Philippines today. 59 kilometers south or west-southwest of that island there, and it was off in the ocean. This did not hit land. So this all could happen. This all could happen. We see this large earthquake energy as it goes up the western side of the Pacific. The next probable place for a moderate to a large earthquake would probably be Taiwan or Japan. That's the next place that this energy will go. We've also got some earthquakes that happen over in the Aleutian Island chain. A 4.2 hit in the ocean, 57 kilometers east of, well, approximately 28 miles, 30 miles east of Amatignac Island, Amatignac, Amatignac Island in Alaska. That's in the Aleutian Island chain. Also, another 4-pointer here, 4.1, hit 94 kilometers southwest of Atka, Alaska, in the Aleutian Island chain. Not to be outdone yet, Akutan, Alaska, was hit by a 2.5. Now that is east of these other earthquakes in the Aleutian Islands. It's over on the east side of the Aleutian Island chain. We had a 3.0 in Kalifornsky, Alaska. We had another 2.8 in Talkeetna, Alaska. We had a 2.9 in Whittier, Alaska. Okay, and a 2.6 in Healy, Alaska. What does this say? What we have here is we have seismic energy, as we have reported, moving through the Aleutian Island chain up into Alaska. Also, South Alaska, south of Kodiak Island, we had a 3.1. Also, we had a 2.5, approximately, I want to say 150 miles southeast of Kodiak. We had a 3.8, approximately 45 miles west-northwest of Skagway, Alaska, over in the eastern Alaska area. Incredible. We know the seismic energy is moving. Now, we've had some earthquakes in the United States that we want to talk about. Okay. Well, actually, before we get to the United States, I want to clear some other things up here too. Over in Bandar Abbas, Iran, we had a 4.4. Over in Kazakhstan, we had a 4.2. 4.2 over there. So over in the Middle East and over into Greece and northern Europe, we've had earthquakes. And I could show you all these earthquakes that we've had over in the northern part of Europe, but I want to concentrate over here in the United States and explain what I see is going on. And Terry is going to pipe in here as well. We've had some earthquakes over here. The latest earthquake happened in Searles Valley within the last hour. A 2.7 magnitude earthquake hit over in the Mojave Desert in Searles Valley. Okay. We also had another 3.4 earthquake hit approximately 15 kilometers, about 9 miles west-northwest of Soda Springs, Idaho. This is in the southern boundaries of the Yellowstone magma chamber. That's what happens at Soda Springs. It's in the south part of the Yellowstone magma chamber. That's why that earthquake hit today. Now, also another earthquake, 2 earthquakes actually hit, a 3.2 in Mentone, Texas, and another 2.8 hit in Mentone, Texas. That is not really surprising. That occurs because that area is an oil and gas pumping operation. And we talked to you already about the Tennessee earthquake in Fincastle, Tennessee, on the southeast part of the North American Craton. What we're seeing is energy moving across and through the plate. Along the Craton edge. That is what we're seeing here. Now, this energy is coming from someplace. Where's it coming from? The west coast of the United States. Okay, we've told you all along, for months and months and months, that there's energy that was locked up along the San Andreas Fault and over in the Cascadia region in the fault zone there. Yes, the energy has leaked out from this energy is leaked out from the San Andreas Fault in this case, but it's also proceeding down the Craton, the Craton edge. So we see all this seismic energy moving. And this may be a little surprising to some. And I'm kind of surprised that we're seeing this large of earthquakes moving through the United States. That means the San Andreas Fault is letting off some of the energy. But I don't think it's letting off enough. Terry, what do you think about this?
There's just too much energy going on for the releases to account for much.
Yeah, I agree.
They're a symptom of the problem, not providing a solution.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It hasn't released enough energy. If we were looking at 4s, 4.5 or 5.0s moving across the plate, then I'd say, okay, the San Andreas Fault is loosened up and it's releasing that energy, but it's not. It's not. These are small quakes, small amounts of energy. We're not seeing large amounts of energy moving.
Now, we've still got over a 7 worth of force locked up at the north end of the Cascadia. That still hasn't transferred out, and we continue to have 3s and 4s up there. You look at the 30-day feed, and I'll show you the 30-day feed later, and it's just a massive cluster of earthquakes up there, the highest level of earthquakes that I've ever seen up there.
Right.
For the 30-day feed. It's not transferring.
No, it's not. This is a little bit amazing to me. Okay, I'm showing now. I opened up the map here so I could show you this. This is the USGS map. This is the USGS map that I was talking about. Okay, they're only showing 45 earthquakes throughout the world. We all know that that's a farce. That's a farce. I could open up earthquakes over here. I can show you earthquakes over here that are showing on other agencies. They're showing a lot more earthquakes. But I wanted to point out the major earthquakes that are going on because we're showing that. We're showing that. I have issues. All you guys know that I have issues.
Okay, Ron, I have issues too.
Yeah, we all do. We all do. But the fact of the matter is, we need to see all the earthquakes so we can see exactly what is going on.
Absolutely.
You know, for example, and I'm going to show you this. This is my map showing what is going on the western part of the Craton. Okay. This is over in the Cascadia subduction zone. USGS didn't show you that, did they? Nope, they sure didn't. Okay. Up in the Cascadia subduction zone, British Columbia, Canada, Queen Charlotte's Island. This is a 3.5 magnitude earthquake.
That's big enough to report.
Yeah. This is up at Queen Charlotte's Island. And yet they're not showing us that on the USGS map. They're not. Why not? You guys all know the reason. I'm not even going to go there. But you guys need to know that this happened. That happened. And that's not all. That's not all that's happened today. Okay? Over here in Canada, Princeton, Canada, there was a 2.48 magnitude earthquake in Princeton, Canada. Now this is a mine. That's why this happened. This is a mine. They have been blasting there. They have been digging there, and USGS has it as an explosion. And I've been on Google Earth enough to know what this is. And I can show you on my phone if it will show me enough detail.
Ron, how big did the U.S. agency say the Queen Charlotte's earthquake was?
They didn't even show it.
Oh, okay. The Canadian agency shows it as a 3.5.
That's unreal. That's unreal. Okay, folks, this is the area where they said there was an explosion. You can see this mine here. The explosion allegedly happened just outside the mine. Okay. It's interesting.
It's interesting how they can have the explosion outside of the mine site, but it depends on how many seismograms they have around the area.
Exactly. But
that's a very large explosion to create a 3+ earthquake.
Yeah. Yeah.
Usually those are in the 2s.
Yeah, it is.
And so that's 10 times larger than the normal.
Yeah. Now, the Queen Charlotte's Island is a 3.5 reported by the EMSC, the European agency. The US agency doesn't even show it. Okay, but this is in the Cascadia area. We continue to see all these earthquakes, and the U.S. agency is not reporting. Why? Because they don't want us to know about it. They don't want us to know about it. And Terry and I have found earthquakes, and we pointed them out to you. We pointed them out to you in the past. We showed you the seismograms.
We'll be seeing lots of those today.
Yeah. We're going to show you more seismograms today. But we're going to show you what's happening so you completely understand. We're going to show you what's happening so you completely understand. I'm blown away. I'm completely blown away. Over here in, I think they pronounce it Enumclaw, Washington, we have a 1.86. Enumclaw. Okay. Thank you, Terry.
Oh, you're welcome. I hear it on the radio once in a while.
Yeah. And Lentz, Oregon, 1.06. Yoo-hoo! Hey, we have a reported earthquake in Oregon.
Amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is. And they don't tell us about this.
You'll see some earthquakes in Oregon tonight.
Yeah, you're going to see some. But I wanted to show you the broad spectrum tonight before we got started on the Cascadia portion of the broadcast, because when we show you what's happening, you're going to understand where all these earthquakes came from. You're going to have a bigger picture of what is exactly going on. And I completely believe that that's what we have to understand. We have to see the bigger picture to understand what's going on, because we're going to see more and more earthquakes as they spread across the continent. They really are. Terry, also, I got an email from someone earlier that said that she read about an axial seamount that was back up to 50 earthquakes a day in December, and they wondered if we could cover one seamount activity soon. Talk about the seamount activity, the axial seamount activity. I said, sure.
Well, I can give you a very quick brief on axial because they have a chart that I followed for some time, and they had a 7-year, as I recall, 7-year reoccurrence of infill and then eruption. And then I watched the infill rate until they cut off the feed, and I thought, well, it's going to actually erupt in the summer. So I forecast in the spring, last spring, that axial would erupt in the summer, which would make it about 3.5 years,
Right.
a much faster cycle than the previous 7-year cycles. And what it does is it infills until it gets to a critical mass point, and then it diffuses magma out from it.
Right.
And it did indeed erupt last summer. And now it's on a faster track than it was for the 3-year period. And that just all fits in with the increased activity that we're having.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's interesting because I think I told you this on the phone earlier, that this one guy had been on our channel and said he was unsubscribing because the Cascadia still hadn't hit, and we had lengthened out our forecast 2 weeks and 2 weeks, and this guy got tired of it and said, we don't know what we're talking about, and he was leaving. Okay, you do that, but be advised, the activity is still there, and it's going to still happen.
Well, I'm going to agree that I do not know when this is going to happen.
Yes.
It's been proven, and I'm not going to argue with the proof. I really thought, based on the activity level, that it would have gone by now. And I'm really quite surprised that it hasn't. But as far as activity level, we'll see tonight that there is exceptional activity level, and right. That's what we'll sort out.
Yeah. And yes, thank God. Scooter Pie says, thank God it hasn't happened yet. Oh yeah. And this is what I honestly believe, folks, and Terry's in agreement. I think it's prayers that are holding it off.
Yeah. I don't know what else could be holding it off, but then again, I don't have any historical reference. I make a best estimate, based on the activity that I see, but I don't really know what the critical mass level is to set off the Cascadia. I'm really amazed by the level of activity which relates to friction reduction, and we'll see that tonight. Right. And then it hasn't gone off because I know the amount of force that must be behind this, or I have a good understanding of the amount of force that it must take to get the Cascadia subduction zone moving against a static friction level.
Right.
Once it starts moving, the friction is already reduced. And once the melting process begins as a result of the movement, the friction is further reduced. Once we have magma rushing inshore, the friction is further reduced.
Right.
And that's what we're seeing. And it's just picking up dramatically at the seismograms, but it's not setting it off yet. And like I said, I don't know when critical mass is reached. When the combination of all the variables of force add up to the Cascadia earthquake.
Right.
Which this time around, I think, involves California. And I think that's a reasonable and logical conclusion.
Right. It is. And even Chris Goldfinger said this is going to involve California.
Yeah. He couldn't absolutely nail it down, but he said basically there's a strong likelihood.
Yes. Yeah. And that was right before Christmas. He held a meeting in San Francisco, and that's what he said.
And we have the insider that has been feeding information to Steve Quayle that says the constant pounding on the base of the Philippine plate is affecting the Pacific plate segment south of the Mendocino Ridge, causing a torsional effect, and that will cause the Cascadia to subduct in California this time around.
Yeah.
Because that's where south of the Mendocino Ridge lines up, and there's a discovery of a whole bunch of offshore faults offshore of California that extend from the San Andreas complex. And that's a proven, researchable new fault discovery. And that area has been hit by earthquakes, and that says it's moving. It's being affected.
Yeah. It's amazing. It really is. Every time I look at this entire deal, it's completely amazing.
So should we start with Mount Baker?
Let's start with Mount Baker. Yes, let's do that.
All right. Get up and across.
Tanaga Volcano.
I'm going to
Tanaga
start.
Volcano just went up to a 4.4 just now.
Okay. Now I got to go to share screen, pick that one, and share. There's Mount Baker on the 16th. And down here at the bottom, these are all steam burst signals across the bottom. You see this curved shape and then a down dropping signal. So these are quite a bit shorter on the top. This signal here is a fracture signal. This is an associated steam burst signal. This is also a steam burst signal here, and you can see it short on the top and long on the bottom. That's important to remember. So steam burst signals are short on the top, long on the bottom. Plate fracture signals are equally spaced. So if they started on the black line, they'd go from here to here, basically. This is a harmonic tremor in this area. That's a result of magma burping, basically, as a part of the heat exchange process and sinking and rising magma related to that. All of this along here is infill signatures, and that relates to plate movement. When the crust of North America, the plate of North America moves, it releases trapped crustal water, which rises and causes these signals. Now, the signals probably happened hours before. We'll go back see if there's something we can catch. Here's probably the plate. I can't nail it down as to when the plate started moving. I can only nail down when the signal started to appear. But all of these lines through here, these are primarily steam burst signals all across here. So there's a lot of steam burst going on with magma rise releasing subduction trapped water. It gets up to 1.5 kilobars. And I don't remember exactly what the ratio is. Something like 21,750 pounds per square inch. Once it gets above that, then it the water turns into steam. The pressure keeps it as water until it gets to that point.
Yeah.
And we're just going to move forward on Mount Baker a little bit, because this clearly identifies a steam burst signal and the major downward depression that's associated. And there's the proper size of a harmonic tremor. And keep that in mind, because we're going to look at some where they're only half that size. And that defines that the seismogram's turned down. So you can look at this as a reference point. You look at the baseline of the seismogram. You can see activity all the way along the baseline It's not large activity, but it's there. And that establishes that the seismogram's set at the right amplitude. And that's important. Here's Mount Baker on the 18th. Lots of steam burst signals. You can see they're short on the top, long on the bottom. Here's the most obvious plate movement activity line right here. It's just heavy all along that line. This is a small earthquake here, and that's the only one. And this is under a, or in the range of a 1.0. We get to the 19th and look at the activity. Now, does this mean anything? We're going to go one further, and I'm going to show you something here. So here we have all of this, and it looks horrible. Looks like a tremendous, incredible amount of activity. You can see some steam burst signals there, and they're really quite large and prominent, hiding in these signals. But you can't take this at face value, because PNSN plays with the amplitude all the time to obscure what's really going on. So we're going to go to another site. Let's go back to the 19th on this one for comparison value. So there we are on the 19th. That's what's going on. Now let's see what's going on at the adjacent site. Oh, no, we were on the 20th. Sorry, I'm going to change that back. Just takes a sec. All right. I was looking at this date instead of this date. My mistake. Now, this doesn't really tell us anything, but we're fortunate we can change channels. That one doesn't help much. There's what's actually going on at Baker. This is an adjacent site. I had to get away from the channel that it was on and set my own channel, because this is a 3-component strong motion seismogram. You can go to this box and you can pick a different direction of activity within the seismogram, because it's got 3 different components. Ignore all of this. This is a burst of high amplitude that doesn't mean a thing. It's them mucking with the system. This is what's actually going on. Magma, 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 magma. This is all magma infill. All of these in here are magma infill. And this is what they're trying to hide by cranking up the amplitude on this site, because this is what they're showing you. You can't read that seismogram. They've turned it right up, except for this little portion in here, but it's all obscured by this turned up portion up here. This is all over amplitude signals. And these, by the size of the steam bursts, are over amplitude as well. So it settled down from about here to about here, but the amplitude was still so high that you can't really make anything out. What's actually going on is this. Now, this site is a little further away, so it doesn't record as large a signal. These signals should be about twice as big. So if you consider these twice as big as they show, so that one there should go from there to there. That's actually a lot of magma infill. And that's what's going on at Baker. You can't just trust one seismogram when the agency in charge of the seismogram has algorithms in place to muck with them as soon as they start recording something significant. And you can see that the baseline here, you can see activity all the way along it. It's not severe, but it's also changed amplitude from the baseline here, which is smaller. So this is a larger baseline, and this section of the seismogram here is actually the same as this up here. It should all be the same size. These should be larger signals because the amplitude's turned down a little bit. So even within one seismogram, they change the amplitude.
It blows my mind.
Now I'm going to show you something else. I'm going to take it back to something that looks more reasonable. This is at least more identifiable. I think that was on the 19th. Yeah. Okay. So here, see this one? Here's Mount Baker. This one's Mount Constitution. And this one's Mount Baker. Do we see any similarities, folks?
Actually,
they're essentially the same seismogram.
Right.
Mount Constitution's on Orcas Island, and in December of 2017, I watched a 4-hour earthquake series that was unreported. On the back pages that I went through through a year's research, I was talking about this. And after that, Orcas Island and Mount Baker became fault connected. And faults act as seismic conduits. And that's why Mount Constitution shows so much activity. But not only that, with all of the magma movement activity that's involved, the fault gets widened by magma and it starts exchanging magma. Now let's have a look at where Mount Constitution is. There it is. Did that show up on the screen, Ron?
Yes, it's here.
And I'm just going to shift this down and we'll do a line measurement. Oh, capture. So 46.68 miles apart, something like that. 47 miles. I call it 47 miles. So they're 47 miles apart and showing the same signatures, which means there's a fault that runs all the way from here to here through Washington. It's not on any fault maps, but it's there on the seismograms, and seismograms are commonly used to identify faults. So this is science. This point here and this point here have a fault running between them that's actually exchanging magma, which is likely to activate Mount Constitution. I've heard reports that it's steaming. They're unconfirmed reports, but I've heard reports from people in chat. It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
So we'll go back to, I use this site quite a bit. Now this is Rockport yesterday. There's a harmonic tremor, so there's obviously magma underneath it. Now this is in between Glacier Peak and Mount Baker. Here's about a 1.0 earthquake. That's about a 1.0 earthquake. That's about a 0.5. These are small fractures, but look at how many of them there are. There's small crustal fractures all through the page. Why would the crust be fracturing that much? Because it's between Baker and Glacier Peak, and there's uplift from magma. There's no other reason to have this much fracture. Here's Glacier Peak, moving a little south, 2 harmonic tremors, and this is infill activity all through here. This seismogram is actually not bad. The seismogram site is not placed in close proximity to Glacier Peak, so it doesn't read as large. You could easily double these signatures for a close proximity site to see what's really going on. You have to double it up in your mind. But you also see fracture signals all the way through. All these lines in here are crustal fracture signals. Now, if you double them, they're a little bit larger. This is an extremely small earthquake here. This is a site in between. Now you see that there's absolutely nothing on the baseline except there's a tiny little bump, tiny little bump, tiny little bump. But you can look at the baseline and see virtually nothing. Well, the site's turned way down until you get to here.
Yeah.
So they left you a little tiny bit of information.
There's little burps before that, but that's all that was there.
Yeah, you couldn't really see what was going on.
No.
And commonly, their algorithms don't kick in for the first couple of hours, and you can see the real activity. And this is the real activity of the area. There's a couple of magma infill signals. Then it drops down. Then it got big enough to actually show up on the page. And if you look at the baseline before that, the baseline's really low. So these are actually quite large signals. They should be stretching, probably near half the page because it's turned way down.
Yeah.
I don't use that site because they've got it so badly turned down. This is at, I set the better seismograms. This one's on the 18th because they play with the amplitude, and I didn't want to go through all the seismograms, so you'd have to fight to see what's going on. This is that first hour and a half, 2 hour period where they show the realistic activity. Then the algorithm kicks in. So this line should be larger. You can see the baseline's very small across here. Small information, but it's constant all the way through. Well, it's actually the same as this. What's happening here is actually exactly the same as what's happening all through here. It's a very active seismogram. And then the activity gets large enough that it really shows up at the bottom. So if you know, it takes a lot to know how to read PNSN seismograms because they're so badly mucked with.
Right.
Here's Mount Rainier, Voigt Creek. These are steam burst signals along the top line. This one is set at the correct amplitude, which is why I picked this seismogram. It's yesterday's. This is all magma infill signatures. All of these pulses, you can see it in black. It stands out a little better. These are magma pulses. They're complex, and they relate to crustal movement. The only way to fill a whole chain of Cascadia subduction volcanoes is to have the process of subduction occurring.
Right.
They make that quite clear. The pressure that is involved is not like popping a pimple. It is about water release underneath the volcanoes from crust that carries the trapped water with it. And this is magma uprise caused by the release of water, and it carries heat with it, and it rises inside the volcanoes. Because why were those volcanoes built in the first place? Because of the process of subduction. So we're seeing infill because of the process of subduction. This is not about pressure. This is about subduction due to crustal movement. There's a pretty large signal in here. It's so large, it's hard, but the page is so full, it's hard to see. It's a little over a minute long, and it's probably a 3.0 earthquake in there, but I can't make it out well enough to really define it. I don't use that site much. I'm going to sneak underneath the page. This is Mount Rainier Camp Sherman. And here's the harmonic tremor. Now you remember the harmonic tremor at Mount Baker? I'll back it up till I get to a decent one. Oops, previous. Just so we have a good comparison, because the Baker site is set properly. Okay, there's the Baker harmonic tremor. Now it could be a little bit smaller at Mount Rainier. Oops, gotta get rid of that. Sneak in there. Look how small this harmonic tremor is. This is Emerald Ridge. There's no way it should ever be that small. That signal should go from about here to about there. So this is a 1/3 amplitude seismogram, and look at how busy it is. This is all magma infill in here, and it should look just like the Voigt Creek seismogram. And all of these should be 3 times as long. And these are all, because they're short on the top, long on the bottom. These are all steam burst signals that should be dropping down to about here, from there to there. 3-4 times under amplitude at this site. Once you understand that, and then you look at this, you say, oh my goodness, this is an extremely busy seismogram. You have to understand the amplitude, the baseline first.
Right.
Here, this one is about half of what it should be. It should be about up to here, not from here to here. So it should be about up to here. So you could double the size of everything that you see on the page. And there's a lot going on this page, if it's twice as big. So these are near summit seismograms. They're up on top of the mountain. So they're reading, looking down inside. The Voigt Creek site is at the base of the mountain. That makes a difference.
Yeah.
Now this is a good one because this is the first half-decent Mount Adams seismogram that I've seen in 2 weeks. It's normally set at this level, with this level of activity, which is actually a little bit high. That's where it used to be set at. Look at the fracture signals. These are all fracturing of the flank and the summit of the mountain, all the way through here. And with the curved lines, there is steam involved in all of this. This is a very, very significant seismogram.
Right. Now, what we mean by the summit, this is the plug at the top of the volcano. This is what's holding the magma back. And it's fracturing.
And I'll show you what I've been deciphering previously, looking at Mount Adams and saying it's busy. Well, there you go. That's what I've been getting. And so I use a magnifying glass, curiously, and go through the seismogram and look for the activity, knowing just how badly it's turned down. But I also know that it's connected to Mount St. Helens. And so when Mount St. Helens looks like this, Mount Adams also looks like this. They share a magma feed system. So it's ridiculous to try and tell me that this is going on when this is going on next door. It's just nonsense.
It is.
And here's a little more nonsense. This is all nonsense. Now let's look at the date. There's the 20th, okay? So this is on the 20th, and you see all of this. What do you think that is? Well, let's look at, we're on the 20th. This is what it is. It's a bunch of fracturing going on. And what they've done on the other site is they've used their algorithm. As soon as it starts getting activity on the East Dome site, it cranks the amplitude automatically. And it happens all the time. So what's going on? Because this is the same activity. It's just from the base of the mountain. And this is what they're trying to tell you is going on. And that way you can't see anything that's going on because they crank the amplitude so high that you can't see anything. Now, is this a normal seismogram in here? We've got a steam burst there and a steam burst there. Well, let's look at an adjacent site. There's an adjacent site. This is what's actually going on. Here they've turned it down. All of this section here should look like this section here. The amplitude, you can see it fading down and 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 down. It's a slow drop in amplitude throughout the seismogram. It's just nonsense what they do, but I can understand it because I've been doing it for a long time. Here's Studebaker Ridge. They had the amplitude turned down at the top. They raised it here and then they dropped it down through the seismogram. But I only need to see this much to know what's going on. Because I know this part set correctly. Because I can find baseline in here that says, oh, yeah, okay. I mean, there are going to be changes in activity levels at a volcano.
Right.
But when they turn it way down, this is still actually turned down here. You can see the baseline here. So this is actually very high level activity. I'll go over this seismogram carefully. You can see little squiggles in here, but here's the baseline. You see nothing on it, so it's turned way down. There's little tiny bits of activity right there. So this one's actually not bad in this area. It's just not busy in here. And then it gets busy. And we get all of this. And this relates to crustal movement. We get down here. We have a little bit of waviness in here. Actually, the seismogram's not changing that much. I'm being careful. There's little wiggles in here, little wiggles there. So the baseline hasn't changed much. This is actually recording decent activity level through it. I have to be careful and go through it. I make an assumption, then I look at it. Am I right? And no, my initial assumption was wrong. This is the activity level. This is an adjacent site to Mount St. Helens. But this is absolutely false. This is all nonsense. It's just a cranked up amplitude seismogram. This is Flat Top 2, another adjacent site to Mount St. Helens. It's a little further south. I try and keep them in order. It shows that same activity here. And this is why having extra sites around the sites that you want to see is important, because this defines what the activity level actually is, as opposed to that. And here's Mount Mitchell. We're working our way south.
I'm not seeing Mount Mitchell. This seismogram here isn't changing on my end.
Oh, you're not seeing Mount Mitchell?
No.
Okay. I'm going to have to go back to share. Share. That show up now?
No, it didn't change.
Hit stop share.
Okay, now
Share
it's
screen.
you and I. Yeah.
Yeah. Share. Well, we got I got the wrong one. That's
Yeah,
okay.
that's
We'll see if it moves. Wrong button. There. Now do you have Mount Mitchell? MTM on the top.
Yep.
Okay. So we're working south along the Cascades here. There's Amboy on the 20th. This is on the 20th. It's Augsburger Mountain. Never heard of it, right?
I have.
I track all the Cascades all the way through.
Yeah.
And we've got little fractures, but it's significant that it's elevated baseline activity all through the seismogram. So you can see it's active. There's stuff going on even at the secondary mounts.
Right.
Now this is Tom, Dick, and Harry, which is right beside Mount Hood. And you see all of this magma infill signatures. That's what all of this is. It's crustal movement related and related magma infill all through here. Here's about a 3.0 earthquake there, about a 2.5 there. These are steam burst signals all through here. Back to elevated activity all through here. Small magma infill rise signals here. So this is more about crustal movement in this area with some magma, because the two get intermixed. This is a good one to look at. You see a pulse magma signal here, but in between you see the crust movement, you see some magma infill, you see the crust movement, you see the magma infill all through there. They're complex signals. It's not just one thing going on. When the crust is moving, magma's rising. And what have we got here? We've got Mount Hood. And who can make anything out of that? Well, here's an elevated baseline. That's a magma signal. That's a magma signal. And here they've bumped the amplitude. And here, look at the timing. 1, 2, 3 hours. And it changes color. And here, 1, 2, 3 hours. You know how uncommon it is to get exact proportionate changes in a seismogram? It's not nature.
Right. And
how it normally comes across is this, because I had altered that seismogram. So now it looks even worse. You can't tell anything. But I changed the channel. You can go over here, change the channel, and it defines it a little better. So what's actually going on at Mount Hood? Well, it's defined by what was going on at Tom, Dick, and Harry because it's close. But I keep other adjacent sites. This is Timberline. Do you have Timberline, TIMB?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just making sure. Now, I've got this one set on BHN. Let's look at BHE and see what that shows. So I changed channels, and here's adjacent to Mount Hood. What's really going on? That's a magma infill signal. That's a magma infill signal. This one's a more complex one. It's got some little earthquake type signals mixed in with it, and you get that with larger signals. But all of these blob type shapes are magma infill. This
Right.
one's got a little bit of fracturing involved with it. So it's showing significant activity. Now, this is another site I use for Mount Hood. Why? Because it's in the river right beside Mount Hood, and faults follow rivers. So this is Cascade locks right beside Mount Hood. And this is showing the pulsed magma activity that's going down the fault that likely leads into Mount Hood. These are all tremors. All these little dots in here are tremors. That's a tremor, that's a tremor, that's a tremor, that's a tremor, that's a tremor. You know, so when I talk about the tremor map, and there's like 10,000 tremors a day, these are all tremors. All these little nondescript things that would not transfer to another station because they're too small, those are tremors. They're not earthquakes. They're too small. So that's Mount Hood. All the fracture signals here, that is at Detroit Lake. So there's crustal fracturing going on all over that site. This is Sisters. And I picked a better seismogram. I'm on the 19th. And the 19th happened. They mess with the amplitude all the time. This one shows it a little better. So here it's set correctly. You can see significant activity on the baseline all the way across. So you know it's set correctly. So this section from here to here is correct. And these are all magma infill signatures. When you look above, you can see the baseline changes from there to there. These are all diminished signals that should be the same size as this. So these blobs should be about the same. Here the baseline's elevated again and the signals are larger. So you can see in between they've played with the amplitude. You only need to see this much at the bottom that's set correctly to know that it's been like that all day. And that's a lot of magma infill. It's not horrible, it's just significant.
It's significant, it continues.
Yeah. And this is just a little south of there, in between the mountains in Terrebonne, Oregon, between Hood and, or south of Sisters. South of Sisters. I've got them in a row for a reason, so I can keep track. And so this is what's going on between Sisters and the next southern mountain, Crater Lake, I guess. No, Newberry. So you can see magma movement and some fracturing all the way through here. It's not the best seismogram, but you can see it's active. This is Bend, Oregon, and this is picking up Newberry craters from a poor location. So if you 4 times the signals, that's what's actually going on at Newberry, because this is a very poor location. But all the good Newberry sites are shut down. You have to use perimeter sites. This is Huckleberry Mountain going south on the 18th, because it's a better page for amplitude. And you can see all the, there's a lot of activity all through the Cascades. Where am I here? Oak Ridge. Is it huge activity? No, but it's a lot of activity. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to show you something else. I think it was for, is it this site? Ah, yes. I just changed the channel for Bend, Oregon. Now you see what happened to the signals? They're actually coming from a different direction than what they're using. So they show you the internal direction that's wrong for where the signal is coming from. And this actually shows bigger activity. Did you see the change?
I did.
I should do that again just so that people can see. So here's what they present. A little bit of stuff, a little bit bigger down here. I changed the channel inside the read from a different component inside the seismograph, and that's defines it just a little bit better. You can see
You can
the
actually
signals
see
up
what's
large.
going on.
Yeah. So you can go over, for a while this was disabled, but you can go over and change the channels and see if you get a better view, basically. This is a four component seismogram. We'll try it here, just see what happens. That didn't actually help, did it?
No. Sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't. There's the Oak Ridge activity. Okay, this is north end of the Crater Lake volcanic field. That is a lot of activity for that area. This is the most active seismogram I've seen for this area. That's a lot of fracturing going on with that. I'll change the channel just so we can see if it makes a difference. Doesn't really make a difference. Change it one more time. Well, what that manages to do is change the baseline. You can see they've got an elevated baseline through here.
Yep.
Then they turn it down. Then the algorithm turns it up significantly and turns it down some. But there's some crustal movement in there and a lot of fracturing. And likely some of this is steam burst signals with the number of fractures that are occurring.
Yeah, you can see the steam burst.
Yeah. So we've got significant steaming at the north end of the Crater Lake volcanic field. Within the volcano, I don't know if it's actually venting.
Someone said there was a lot of what would appear to be ground fog over there, and that would explain it.
Yeah, that would make sense. This is Chiloquin, which is the south end of the Crater Lake volcanic field, on the 17th, because the other seismograms are the amplitude's way off. You don't have to have the exact date. You just want to nail down what the activity level is. So if you get a good seismogram, use that. And if you get crap ones for a couple of days, oh well, that's what you have. This is the south end. We have some significant magma bursts at the south end as well. That's a long signal. That's 5 minutes long, just in this section. That's a 3 minute long signal there. It's not high amplitude, but that's a lot of magma moving in. It's a big magma pulse, basically. And here's what they give you to look at Crater Lake. Isn't that lovely? You make a lot out of that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and we're back to Cascade Locks. And that is down the Cascades. But now we'll go up the shoreline. But you can't have one without the other.
Right.
Did you get BR okay? Did it change over for you? Okay. Yeah. So I've got these set to different days because I picked days when the amplitude was correct. And when I talk about tremors and like 10,000 tremors a day, this is shoreline, very southern Oregon. And these are likely offshore, small earthquakes, magma movement. It's really hard to define, but it's a lot of activity. This is the next one north. It's on the 17th, but it doesn't matter.
It didn't change over.
Oh, okay. I'll stop share and share screen. It's this one. Share. Got WEDR now?
WEGR.
Yeah. So that's Weederberg. Oh, I'm almost having internet connection issues. I'm getting the odd sign. Anyway, lots of activity along the shoreline. Moving up the coast, same thing. This seismogram from here down is set correctly.
Right.
That's a lot of activity. And I believe this to be plate movement, solid lines like this. It's vibrations coming through the plate along the shoreline. And it's telling you the whole continent is moving, subducting. Because it's very close, you're not going, you're way down deep under the volcanoes. The shoreline sites aren't so deep, so you can actually see the crustal movement better. And that's these lines. You won't get those vibrations without the crust moving. I've been watching these seismograms for too long. They didn't used to be there. Heading north. We're still in Oregon. Just about done in Oregon. Reedsport. There's hardly any tremors ever in Oregon, right?
Yeah. I just shake my head.
Those are all tremors. This might be a 0.5 earthquake here. Might be. It is more likely a 0.25. This is a seismogram that's a little bit messed with, but these single strike signals, you can still make it out. Some of these lines are artifacts they artificially put in with an algorithm. This isn't a very good site. This is Tillamook, and still busy along the shoreline. It's not quite as good a site as the other ones, but you can see it's still busy. This is, guess where, folks? How about at the one side of the Columbia River? This is picking up a magma inflow channel, and it goes inland to this one. That seismogram is not set wrong. That's magma inflow, and you can see the pulses all along the bottom of the page. That
Right.
is all pulsing magma flowing inland, pointed at Mount St. Helens, basically. And here's the next one along that same channel. Doing what? Showing magma inflow from offshore. Yes, it is that bad.
I wonder from where offshore it's coming from.
Well, it's coming in through the fault that runs under the Columbia River. The only way it could flow like that is for there to be a fault, and rivers normally follow faults, so it's logical but not proven. And this is further inland. Usually we don't have, usually this site is mucked with. Some of this pulse stuff up top might be artifact that they've created. This is realistic down at the bottom. So I would only rely on the bottom half of this page, this section here, as being realistic, and I'll show you why. There's the previous seismogram, previous day. Here's the previous day. They make beautiful little patterns.
Oh yeah.
And they play with amplitude all the way through, because they're very mature at the agencies.
Yeah.
So I use this site. Isn't that lovely?
Oh yeah.
So should you use that part of the seismogram? Well, actually, this part here, in between all the nonsense, is usable. And so is this part. But all of this up here is nonsense.
It just bothers me that they play with the things, you know, they make their pretty pictures,
No,
but
yeah.
they have no intention of telling you what's going on.
This is Stafford Correction Center. It's further up the coast. This is the whole of school. It's not Lake Tahoe, just because it says Tahoe. Of significance in here is the fracture signals. I'm not sure whether this is reliable information, these heavy lines, or not, but these are reliable, these signals in here. Those are not artifacts. They make up stuff like this. And it just looks too regular to me to be realistic. This is Fork. We're up in Washington. Shoreline site. There's the crustal movement sites or signals, the heavy lines that we were seeing in Oregon. Again, the shoreline sites, because they're closer to the surface where the contact point is, show the crustal movement better than the volcanoes do. And this is the farthest site north along the coast that I go. It's not a great site, but it shows the activity is all there. And as I was saying, that first little bit on a seismogram is normally accurate until the algorithm kicks in and knocks down the amplitude. So you can take a little over an hour worth of information, look at the rest of the page and say, oh, yeah, looks like it's just turned down. And it was actually this active all the way through here. And that's what you're going to do.
I still, you know, you and I have discussed this ad nauseum, but it still slays me that these supposed scientists, these experts, decide, okay, we don't want these people to see it. We don't want anybody to see this, so they turn it down.
Yep.
They do it on purpose. We now have the information to prove it.
Oh, sure.
But, you know, it doesn't make it right.
But don't tell me there's not a lot of activity going on.
Yeah.
Now, this is Wells Dam abutment. Should this be concerning to anybody? There's 3 and 4 minute long magma movement signals.
Right.
At the Wells Dam abutment in Washington. That's a dam, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now they've shut down the Crispin Ranch site. And for those that haven't seen it, it doesn't take long to go back. Well, got that shut off. Wonder why they shut it off, Ron.
You and I know.
That's right beside the Columbia River.
Yeah.
By the way. So there's what's going on just south of the Columbia River in mid-Washington. Mid-eastern Washington. This is Ephrata, Washington. Lots of magma movement signals. Looks like a crustal movement signal through here. Not a great seismogram, but it's decent.
We're not seeing that. It didn't change.
Okay, I'll...
The share didn't change, by the way. Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Terry.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good.
But it didn't change, so that's one.
There we go.
All right.
There you are.
So this is Ephrata, Washington. That's a lot of movement. I'll see if I can clean it up changing stations here. I don't remember if I could or not on this one. No, that didn't help. Try one more. No, it's actually better on the first one.
Yeah, it's better on the first one. This is not gobbledygook.
This one isn't well placed, but you can see the lines of magma movement through it.
Yeah.
It's still in eastern Washington. This one's Odessa. I'd have to show you on a map. This is Ellensburg. I set this to the 18th because it showed the better signals.
We're
Magma
seeing a lot of
movement
this.
and magma pulses. This is all magma pulses. These are complex magma pulse signals. And for anybody that doesn't know, Ellensburg's pretty close to the Cascade Range. It's the western side of eastern Washington, pretty close to the mountains. Yeah. This should show Warden, which is more west again. I zigzagged, so I can go back and forth and see what's going on. So there's more activity near the mountains. Eltopia, got one small earthquake here. And this is all lines of magma movement, all down the page. No big pulses, just ongoing magma movement.
Right. Some steam bursts in there.
Was there? Let's have a look.
Yeah, it looked like they're over on the right there.
This here is a little bit of an earthquake. It's got a steam burst attached to it right here, though.
Right.
So it's a combination fracture and steam.
Yeah. Probably 1.7.
Yeah, it's something pretty small.
Yeah.
Now, I think I was able to clean this one up. This one is Beach Ranch Enterprises. Well, I might be wrong. Try one more. There. So you can see changing the channels does make a difference somewhat. It doesn't make it
Right.
perfect, but it's a lot of activity. And you can see you can see enough now to tell that this is magma movement. Beach Ranch Enterprises is near the border with Idaho. And it's Oregon. We're out of Washington. The dreaded Patterson, Washington. We've all seen this before. Ron's had it up a few times.
Yeah. This is one I frequent.
Yeah. Patterson, Washington. Jordan Valley, Washington. Plummy Island. I've got, at the tail end of this, I take a little dip through Puget Sound. So you can see Puget Sound is busy as well. And these are magma infill signals in Puget Sound. Sorry, folks.
And they wonder why there's hot spots in that area.
Yeah. This is the underneath the Boeing Everett plant. Not quiet there either.
No.
It's not huge activity, but it's significant.
Right, it is.
This is University of Puget Sound's down at the south end. These are small, very small earthquakes. And the rest of these are tremors, basically. I've done a lot of hunting around to find the better sites. No, I just changed the channel and we'll see what happens here. This is the same seismogram on a different channel. You notice anything?
All that activity.
It changed everything, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Now you can actually see what's going on under the Boeing Everett plant. No, University of Puget Sound. Here's the good old Hood Canal, and there's never any tremors here. That's why I say there's got to be 10,000 tremors through Washington and Oregon every day.
Right.
Because here's the previous day. They're smaller, but you can see them all through there.
It's amazing. We can go through here day after day after day, and
Yep.
I see this happening, and yet nobody shows them. Nobody talks about them. Oh, nothing's happening.
Yeah, nothing's happening.
We know darn well there is.
Oh, and there's good old Mount Constitution. It's active, but it's not that active. We know that's nonsense.
Yeah.
That's more like what's going on. This is all steam bursts. I've got that one in there because it's kind of in Puget Sound.
Yeah.
And get to the right site here. Oh, I'm stuck. That one. That one. Gotta find the right page here. Sorry, folks. I had a reset. I used to know where everything was on my computer. My screen sharing is paused. I'll stop the screen share for a sec. Then everybody can see your smiling face, Ron.
Yeah.
Here's
What happened? Hello.
oh, did I get a share going on that or not? No, I don't think I did.
No, you didn't. So if you thought you were sharing, you're not. I'm here to tell you. So at least give me an I'll let you know.
Share screen. Where'd it go? That one. Okay, so this is Mammoth. On which day? It's on the 19th. So this is yesterday at Mammoth. These pulses, this is a different seismogram, so it looks a little different. But these pulses are magma movement at Mammoth. That's an earthquake at Mammoth on the 19th, Ron.
Yeah.
Not a big one. It's probably a 2.
No, but they did not show that.
No.
I was all over this yesterday, and they did not show that.
Yeah. I'm gonna hide that. There. Previous. Oh, okay. That was today's seismogram, actually. There's another earthquake yesterday. Just wait a minute. That's January 21st there. So this is just happened.
That's interesting.
Because that's UTC time on the left.
Yeah.
It's just before 6 o'clock. Oh, right. Yeah, just before 6 o'clock tonight, or my time, 5 o'clock your time. So that's Mammoth. This is one I keep up for Shasta. Keep it on a tab. Did that transfer? You should have
Yeah.
January 19th.
Yep.
Now, Shasta isn't as well placed, but you can see it's active. That's a line of ongoing infill through here. It starts with a little shutter here, then just infills with a couple of burps.
Yeah.
A couple of pulse magma signals, carries on all the way through there. Because it's not a close seismogram, it gives you some information. You have to use some judgment with it. The more you watch these things, the better you get at judging them. Here's BDSN. I'll just refresh this so we're current. We'll go down and look at the Twitchell Island site that has no activity, I'm sure.
Oh, never.
There it is. There's the Bay of San Francisco. And I've been telling you guys that I saw hot spots through there, and that's a magma inflow channel. Now you can see why I say that.
Yep.
If you didn't see it before, now you have.
I go there almost every morning, and I see that, and I shake my head.
Yeah. And this is associated because Berkeley is right in San Francisco. This site's right in there.
Right.
It's off to the side, but it's there.
Mm-hmm.
And this up here has to be a machine signal of some kind. It's so regular. It's not one I normally see there, but I wouldn't count this as anything because it's just too regularly spaced. Each burst is entirely the same distance apart. But
Right.
these are pulses. Where are we at? We're at see, it's got a map on the bottom you can click on. I don't know if this is showing up well, but
It is.
It's showing up pretty good. I mean, I'm watching.
yeah. So there's Bakersfield, and this is the Sequoia National Forest, and this is Visalia over here.
Yeah.
For those that don't see it well.
I've got a
Like
cousin
looking-
in Visalia.
There's Fresno right up there.
Yeah.
That's the nice thing about this. If you're not sure where it is, because I'm not from California, there's Mendocino. I believe it's a magma channel, an infill magma channel. I see
Yeah.
this all the time through there. And these are pulsed magma signals all the way through. And some small earthquakes associated.
Yeah.
Not big enough to count for anything, but
I'm wondering if that isn't coming in from the ocean as well.
I believe it is. And for anybody that doesn't know where Mendocino is,
Mendocino is just east of the Gorda Escarpment, folks.
there's Santa Rosa there, there's Sacramento, I'll just change that. There's Sacramento there, San Francisco here, and Mendocino right up there. Redding's up here. So that's a site that I use because it flashes all these pages and I can get at them really quick. So this is the Berkeley site. This is an ongoing active site, Fort Ord in Marina, which is in the Monterey Bay, South Monterey Bay area. It's always active. I think it's a minor inflow magma channel, but I can't prove it.
Can't prove it, but it stands to reason that there's a magma channel there.
Yeah.
See, over that way, if you go over east of Monterey Bay, you've got the pinnacles there. You also have Tres Pinos. It's a known volcanic site. It's a known volcanic site. And so it's not surprising that we'd have inflow of magma through Monterey Bay going inland. That's not surprising to me at all. I've been
Now,
watching the pinnacles for, I want to say 2 or 3 years now. And then right near the pinnacles, you also have the San Andreas Fault going down through there as well. So there's a lot of activity going on. You have the earthquakes. You've got infill coming in through Monterey Bay area into the pinnacles and Tres Pinos.
and that is Bakersfield, Cal State Bakersfield.
Yeah. That doesn't surprise me at all either.
I'm going to pick some sites through here because I go through these enough to know what's active. That's Beaumont. This is Baldwin Hills, always active.
Baldwin Hills, folks, there's a lot of magma infill through there, and there's also tons and tons of oil and gas drilling going. Well, the drilling's completed, but their pumping operations are ongoing through that whole area. I don't think there's any drilling going on.
There's Baldwin Hills again, just in case I flashed through it too quick. Bombay Beach is Salton Sea.
Yep. Look at this.
That's real stuff.
That is.
I think that's a fault that comes up. I know there's a fault that comes up through the Sea of California, or I think it's called the Sea of California, inside the what's that great big peninsula that goes down into Mexico?
Baja.
Oh yeah, the Baja. Yeah, the Baja. The sea on the
It's the Gulf of California there.
Gulf of California. Okay, not
Yeah.
Sea of California. I kind of thought I was sort of right and sort of wrong.
The San Andreas Fault leaves Imperial Valley. When the San Andreas Fault enters the Imperial Valley, they change the name to the Imperial Fault, but it's the same fault, and it continues south into Mexico, down through Mexico and into the Gulf of California. It goes straight down the middle of the Gulf of California.
That's Bombay Beach. Bar is actually active. It's out in the desert, isn't it? Bar?
Yes, it's a little bit out there. I've only been in Bar like twice in my life.
Yeah. Christmas Canyon has been getting the odd little blip like this, just small stuff. Like
and
this.
It's interesting that it's getting those blips.
Yeah.
Interesting that it's getting those blips because we have seen a magma chamber being developed over there, and all of a sudden now they're admitting, there is a magma chamber there. Very interesting.
Here's a small earthquake here.
Yeah.
Christmas Canyon. I haven't seen anything big out there, but it's been there.
No, it's been there.
Chino's always active.
Yeah.
LA.
Chino will always be active. That area is a hot spot for quakes and everything else.
Yeah. Ventacopia is getting, is getting small activity currently. I'm not going to show it. This is a busy site. I believe it's part of the magma channel feeding into California.
Yeah.
It's Cal Electric. It's in east central LA, or west central LA. Sorry. It's a substation there.
Yeah.
I've been to this site a bunch of times I've got map references that I can go to for all the letters that they show in here.
Yeah.
And when I didn't, I made a major mistake. Now I always do if I don't know. Danby is remaining busy, but not heavy. But
No,
it's
there's enough activity to realize what's going on, but it's not
Yeah.
heavy.
Yeah.
Cuyamaca Peak sometimes, that's another one of those mountaintops outside San Diego. It's out actually in East San Diego County, but sometimes you'll see
well, that's
information there.
Danby, sorry. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything currently.
No, I have seen it.
This is how quick you can flash through the seismograms. Each one of these is 12 hours.
Yeah,
When they're on a list like this, and you don't have to wait for the circle to go around,
yeah.
makes a big difference.
Cuyamaca Peak, there's a Boy Scout camp right there, literally.
Devers is normally busy. There you go. Small earthquake there. Little 1 point something. Del Almo is always busy. There you go. That's LA as well, isn't it, Ron?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. I shake my head.
This is down by Salton Buttes. Salton Sea.
Yeah. The Salton Butte is actually what they call the volcano, but that whole area is the volcano.
Yeah.
Desert Tortoise State Park, I've been there. Edwards Air Force Base, everybody knows where that is. It's a NASA test site.
Fox Airport is getting busier. It didn't used to have these large signals.
Yeah.
It just had half of these small ones, and it's increased to about 4 times of what the activity used to be in the last 2 weeks. But there's no changes on seismograms.
No.
Just ask people; they'll tell you. Oops. I'm going to just go to any site. Gator Compound has actually slowed down. This used to be a very active site, so there's one that slowed down.
Yeah, it was pretty active about a month ago.
Yeah.
Furnace Creek is pretty active most of the time, but I'll bet it's not right now.
Furnace Creek is intermittent small earthquakes. There's a little tiny tremor up there. There's a little bit there. It's hardly enough to count, but every once in a while it has a little bit. I think it's a few days ago that it had something.
I was camped out there a long time ago back in my college days, and Furnace Creek at the time was getting hit with earthquake after earthquake after earthquake. And it was minor earthquakes.
Yeah.
But it was enough to feel. It was probably 3.2, 3.5 and stuff. But they were not reporting it, even back then, back in, I want to say 1978, 1979 time period.
This is an area that's beginning to become active. You're seeing these lines appear now. It didn't used to have them. It just had the odd one about half the size or less, more like this. It was getting this signal, maybe 3 or 4, 2 or 3 in a day, 3 or 4 in a day. And the activity's increasing. It's getting these heavy lines, which tells me magma is moving into that area more significantly. That's northwest of Ridgecrest.
Yeah.
Grapevine is getting some activity. It's small, but it's increasing.
Yeah.
You guys know where the Grapevine Mountains are out in the desert south of Vegas.
Yeah.
Goldstone's got a little bit, but it's hard to make out on the seismogram. I won't stay there. Harper Dry Lake Bed is getting a little bit of activity. Hole in the Wall is getting the odd small earthquake. Imperial Fault is getting more active.
Yeah.
There's Imperial right there. I think that's that same area.
That's just south of the Salton Sea.
Yeah. That wasn't this active before. And there's some larger signals on Imperial.
Yeah.
Just happened. It's getting to become like Bombay Beach.
Yes, it is.
Iron Mountain's been having the odd small earthquake. I'm not sure if there's anything there right now.
I've been up on top of that mountain.
That's a little bit of, no, I'm not, that's not an earthquake. That's a tremor from a larger quake a distance away. La Ciegna is all artifact. Los Alamos County Park in L is kind of sort of LA. It's been getting some stuff. We'll look at LA itself.
Los Alamos County Park is an equestrian facility, basically.
Oh, okay. There's Los Angeles itself, right near the city center. Laguna Bell is always busy. It's a little east LA, isn't it?
Yes.
I have to confirm. I sort of remember. I've looked at them enough. Getting the small quake.
Actually, it's a little bit south, but that's all right.
Okay. There. Lone Juniper Ranch is getting the odd earthquake signal like this, but these are kind of magma pulse signals rather than earthquakes.
Right.
That's new. It didn't used to have anything.
I think that site's also turned down too.
Ellis, always busy.
Yeah.
Increasingly busy though. Slow down. I'm not going to go to the Lockwood Valley Maintenance Yard because I have to go hunt for the site, and the title up at the top is in my way to use the map system to find out where it is exactly. Light Hype is in LA. It's near the coast, due east of the city center. Magma Channel. Always busy. It slows down a little bit. There, it's a little slower here, but it's always busy. That's all the same site, Light Hype. Mirage is always busy. Mammoth, I think, is turned down. You can't hardly see a thing on it. You can see it from other sites, but you can't hardly see it from this one. Miraloma, I think, was busy, yeah. I've now been on this 320 site page enough times to know what's busy. Moore Park's always busy.
Miraloma is over near Glen Avon, which is where all those quakes started before July 4th last year. And that is that huge gold pit mining facility that they have.
Oh, is that where that is? Okay.
They want to call it Miraloma because nobody wants to equate it with Glen Avon anymore.
Yeah.
That's why they say Miraloma.
And you guys know where Moore Park is if you're from the area.
Yeah.
That's a busy site. That's, you look at that, it's all magma pulses. This is all magma pulses. There's a little bit of an earthquake up here, but this is all pulses of magma. And in between, it's slower magma infill.
Right.
So slower magma infill and pulses. Somebody wants the evidence. Here's the San Jacinto campus. Newberry Springs is getting the odd little earthquake. I'm not going to bother showing it. Playa del Rey is busy. I think they changed the seismogram in this area to have a look at what's going on. I've seen that happen a couple of times where the waveform entirely changes like that.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
I've tried looking at different waveforms, and I've been to their site looking at explanations, and it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, Palm Springs Desert Museum had some activity. It wasn't big, but it's new. There didn't used to be any. Now you can see activity, small activity all through the page.
You can see Palm Springs out there. They're close to the San Andreas Fault. They're really close.
No, I think, no, wrong.
That whole
Rockfront,
area is going to be destroyed anyway.
yeah. Rinaldi is normally busy, like this.
Yeah.
Rio Hondo's always busy, like that.
That blew my mind when I first saw that two or 3 months ago.
Yeah. Rancho Palo Verdes is busy.
Again, we're looking at San Andreas Fault area.
Riverside Surface is in Riverside at a university.
Yeah.
That's in Riverside at the university there. Rush is actually a site in California, West LA, northwest LA. It's Rush is again an electric substation. I had to look it up on the map. Who knows where Rush is, right?
I looked it up on the map too. I'm going, I got to find out what that is.
Yeah. There's a map that shows you all the coordinates. SBI is on there. All of these are on there. So you don't actually have to look up the names.
Yeah.
Saddleback.
Saddleback College.
That is.
Yep.
San Diego Mission Control has been getting this. Mission Control is actually the headquarters for the electric company.
Yep. SDG&E.
Yeah.
I could tell you about that place.
Yeah. Signal Mountain. I don't remember where that is.
That's up, I believe, towards Los Angeles. We had a repeater site up on Signal Mountain.
Ah, okay. Shoshone has been getting busier and busier. Earthquakes, magma, pulses, small stuff. But it's been picking up. Salton Beach has a little activity, not much. Skyland Ranch is out in that same area, if I remember right. It's got a little bit similar north of Bakersfield, I think.
Yeah.
I'm only showing you the ones that are busy. And this, I'm going to show you a few. This is San Onofre Canyon, where the power plant is. You see it's picking up through here.
Yeah.
A lot more dots than there, a lot more tremors than there used to be. And they're magmatic tremors. I just wanted to go back and show you a few, just because it's got the site there. This is Siberia. Siberia is a ghost town in the desert, north of Victorville and all of that. This is very common out there.
Again, we're we're talking about the San Andreas Fault out there. Victorville is right there. It's literally right there.
I've caught the odd one at Snort. Snort is actually China Lake.
Hmm.
In case you're wondering, State Street is always busy. This is the furthest west of that California magma flow channel. Right into LA.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
That's a lot of flow into LA.
That's right.
Two Lake L Reserve is having magma pulses. It's west of Bakersfield. Half has a little bit. That's out in that valley as well.
Yeah. It just, with the magma coming into LA and the constant flow of gas and oil coming out of the ground there, I can only imagine what is gonna happen when that hot magma hits those oil and gas pumping operation.
I think it's about 100 miles south of Vegas. That's an area that's gotten steadily busier. Victorville itself.
Yeah. Yeah. It's unreal.
Notice I'm skipping lots here.
Yeah.
Walnut is always busy. Where's Walnut? I don't remember.
I'm not sure where Walnut is. I don't think it's Walnut Creek. Walnut Creek is over on the northeast side of San Francisco, but I don't know where Walnut is.
Anyway,
Yeah.
if you don't think there's activity in California,
There's plenty of it.
it's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. If it's not earthquakes, it's oil and gas and magma.
Yeah.
You know, and the oil and gas pumping operations are getting hit because it's a natural or a man-made earthquake fault.
Yeah.
You know, it'll blow your mind. It'll blow your mind. Just, I've been through it so many times.
I've left you on the screen, Ron.
Yeah.
I'm hunting something else now.
Yeah. The plate that ruptured, G. Marshall said the Caribbean plate. I said the Caribbean plate ruptured. The plate down there that ruptured was right off the coast of Puerto Rico, right off the southern coast of Puerto Rico. It was a complete what do I try to say? It's a complete separation. Complete separation. After that 8.0 and 8.4, actually it was the first one was an 8.4, and then the Friday following was an 8.0. But there was a complete plate rupture there.
Oh, I thought I'd be able to find that park so easy. I wish I'd written it down. It was kind of East LA. I'm hunting for something while you're talking.
Yeah.
That's the worst, when you get something all ready and then you can't find it. And you're like, I know I just had it. It's right here. And then you find it afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna plain give up on that one.
That's how it is.
Sometimes you do just got to give up.
Yeah. It wasn't that one site wasn't a big deal. It was LA tree kill is what it was.
Yeah.
All the way down in LA.
Yeah. We
Well,
talked about this earlier on the phone. There's tree kill, and you know what's going on. You know why those trees are dying. There's no doubt.
Oh yeah. There's been tree kill in a lot of places and in a lot of areas that have been under-recognized and unnoticed, and
yeah,
lots of phenomenon of, just crop loss in general, and
yeah,
besides just the health of the forest.
yeah.
I've been noticing, especially when I go up to the boreal forests of like northern Minnesota, that I find that when you're looking through the forest, especially on some of the more western facing trees, that you find a lot more damage and kill.
Yeah.
And we've been seeing that for probably about the last 2 years extensively, where you're seeing more and more damage as you go out and through the forest. I go hunt for chaga mushrooms, so I'm in the forest quite a bit. And it's something that we've been noticing, the extra kill that's been happening.
yeah. So I'm
Marianne,
just gonna wander up here a little bit, not looking for tree kill to start with, but I was amazed at just how volcanic this area of the southern Sierra Madres was. You have to get a little closer to see it, though. Is that me cutting out, or what's going on?
I don't know.
I'm just wondering if there was an issue. That's all.
No.
That's all, Holmes. Gotta get to the right spot. Otherwise, I'm gonna waste everybody's time.
Maybe.
You never waste
I don't
our
think it's a
time.
waste of anybody's time. I think people
No.
enjoy, it helps them learn, especially how to start looking for these things themselves and comparing the anomalies. I think that it's a helpful way that people can, that's how Ron and I learned, was to see someone else doing it. So I think even the stumbles and fumbles, I think people feel more confident in what they could achieve themselves.
Okay, we're here by Fontana. Okay, everybody can see that.
Yep.
I'll wait till my internet is unstable, quits acting up on me. Just so we know where we are. And I was going to show you something right there, and I went and took off on it. Or I thought I was. No, that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for.
Well, you're trying to find that. I will answer a question really quick.
There's a cinder cone right there.
Yeah. Mariana wanted to know why Puerto Rico is getting hit with so many quakes every hour or so. One strikes there. The people must be losing their minds. You're absolutely right. The people are losing their minds. But why they are getting hit so bad? Let's go back and look at the earthquakes that have hit. It's not just a 6.0 or 6.4 earthquakes that they wanted us to believe they were. Even with 6.0 and 6.4 earthquakes, it doesn't continue happening like it is now. The earthquakes have not ceased, one after another, and usually it's even sooner than every hour or so. It's about every 15 minutes. I've noticed that. I kept track of it last night. About every 15 minutes, another 4.4, 4.9 earthquake would hit just south of Puerto Rico.
I'm
That
sure
area-
we've had quite a few hits since we've been even on. I mean,
Oh yeah,
last I checked, there were a couple. I mean,
yeah,
26 minutes ago, 4.1.
yeah. It just happens. It keeps rolling. It keeps rolling.
This location here, apparently the stores are the worst place to buy beds. Falling Springs. I'm not. I thought I was, probably started a little too far south. I got into an area in here that was just crater after crater, crater after overlapping crater. And I'm not finding it now. I just thought it was amazing. I thought, well, if I thought it was amazing, other people would want to see how amazing it was. But I'll get to tree kills in a minute, because I've got all the locations for those down. I can just pop them into Google Earth and go there. And since I'm already on Google Earth, that doesn't take long.
I love Google Earth. Gosh.
I'm going to slow down for a sec. Everybody's getting dizzy.
Yeah. Vertigo.
Let's see where we're at here. Did I get lost? I might have. Okay. Turn this puppy around. There, north is almost north again.
Well, we all know north is off now too because of the magnetic pole changes over the last couple of years. So we know it's moved a few degrees from what we knew as north. So that's all right.
Yeah.
You're just adjusting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's where we are. I'll zoom out so everybody can see. There's Fresno. Bakersfield down here somewhere. And it doesn't take long to get into these overlapping craters, which tells you just how volcanic it is in here. Just up where it gets white. I'm just going to go slow so we don't lose anybody. Come on now. Don't make a liar out of me. Ah, here we go. See the circular formation here?
Yep.
A peak there, peak there, peak there, peak there, peak there. It's got little caldera lakes down the bottom. Obviously an old, large volcano. And if I can get this. I got this talking thing that's right in my way. Let's see if I get rid of that. Nope. 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 How am I going to get this down? There we go. Just want to give you the angle that you can see this best on.
And until you actually start playing around with Google Earth, you don't realize, you know, how many areas are actually volcanic that aren't even listed.
Yeah.
You know, you start seeing features that show that this area probably has a little more volcanic activity than we know. You know, the rules of dormancy are out of the window for what is dormant and what's not. I mean, you might as well just treat every volcano as if it could be a loaded weapon.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
The one I pointed out in southern Utah, over near Interstate 15 and I-70, it's at an intersection there, and it's just west. It's just west of Interstate 15 at the junction with I-70. It's called the Cove Fort volcano.
Mm-hmm.
And it, you know, for years everybody said, "Oh, it's dormant, it's dormant, dormant." It's getting hit.
Yeah.
There's magma coming in there.
Everywhere you look in here, it's a little caldera lake, little side blowout, edge of what was a caldera.
Yeah.
Little edge. You get calderas on the outside of volcanoes as well. I mean, pretty obviously, this is the main one here, whatever it is.
Right.
It's Mount Kauai here, but it's, you go around the ridges and they've all got different names. So it's
Yeah.
Red Kauai there. But these are calderas in here.
Yeah.
And little craters and calderas and with lakes in them.
Yeah. Scarlet.
Here, look at it. It's there. And it's a bigger one here.
Yes, Ron.
It's
Yeah.
a little cone there. And there's another one there.
It's all over.
You know, vent areas, cones, or not cones, calderas.
Yeah. Terry and I were looking at Google Earth the other day,
Same thing here.
and I had actually named a volcano after me up
Oh,
near
did you?
Sealy, up near Sealy Lake, Montana. It wasn't labeled. It wasn't labeled.
Oh,
So I put my own name on it.
oh, good for you, Ron.
Yeah.
Was
It
it Mount
the
Ron?
actual submission,
Mount
but
Ronald?
we're going to
What
run
did
with
you
it.
name it?
I named it Mount Tyler.
Oh, Mount Tyler. Oh, yeah, that's lovely.
So this whole area in here is just, I don't know that it's all that well recognized, but you look
Yeah.
at it, everywhere in here is just littered with volcanism.
Yeah. That's how this whole range came about. It's volcanism.
Yeah.
Besides,
It's the pressure from the magma creating new mountains
yeah,
and new features from pushing up the plates
uplift, yeah,
and heating them and superheating them.
Except this isn't like the Rockies are mountain folds. The further
Right.
inland, you get the up crust. This is all volcanic. None of it's up crust. You just look at it, it's just incredibly littered. I won't stay too long. I'll zoom up a little bit. All these little black dots in here are all little calderas.
yeah,
This whole area. It gets less obvious when you go up north, but it's not that much less obvious. You can
Right.
still see it through here. So there's the Sierra Madres at the south end for volcanism.
yeah.
And it just continues. Where are we at here? We're Mono Lake, Mammoth Lake.
Yeah. See, I've hiked all
Everything-
through there. Back
So
in
everything
the late
south,
70s, early 80s, I hiked all the way through there.
everything south of Mammoth, here we are from here down to here. This whole area in white is all volcanic, hugely volcanic. And there's Long Valley Caldera right there.
Yeah.
Mono Lake there, Lake Tahoe there, it's a volcano. Pyramid Lake there, it's a volcano.
Yeah.
Here's Reno.
And if you zoom in on Pyramid Lake over there on the north shore, you see the pinnacles that stick up out of the ground. They're fingers sticking up out of the ground. They're fumaroles.
This is Pyramid Lake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta get away from the shore, tilt it up. Whoops. Ooh. Who's flying this plane?
Funny.
Gotta be them there. I haven't looked for them, Ron. Where are they?
They're over near the north shore there. I've seen them. I think they're to the to your west from there. They're not that far from the water. They're little
LJ.
fumaroles there sticking up.
Got a ridge.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of caldera there. Not obvious. Another one there. All right, I'm going to go to Eagle Mountain. Eagle Mountain, Oregon. Oh, I want the mountain, not the city.
You know, this is why, okay, now everybody, this is why Dutch was the master at what he did. I hate to say it, but it's true. He had it down. I mean, he knew how to work that Google Earth like nobody's business, because it is tough when you're trying to navigate in there. You move your mouse one little wrong way, and then it's going all across the page, and you can't keep up, and it's like, woo! And so, you know, I feel the struggle, because I've tried.
Oh, I got Eagle Point now. I wanted Eagle Peak. It's in California. What is too? I started too far north. My mistake. There's Eagle Peak. Now, where was I looking here? I think. It's right close to it. You got to get real ground level to see tree kills.
I think it's up on the ridge there.
Interesting. So just for, you know, shits and gigs, I decided to go Google to see what we could see. I guess 2 days ago, The Guardian came out with an article talking about beetles and fire kill dozens of indestructible sequoia trees in California.
Yeah, well, I'm finding them all around volcanoes in California and through the Cascades.
Queen Charlotte's
And
Island just got hit.
Yeah, they're saying that the park officials now are supposedly triggering climate crisis plans that were intended for the late 2050s. And so some of these are the largest living organisms on the planet. Some more than 3 millennia old have started dying from beetle attacks linked to the climate emergency. Preliminary findings of a new study have revealed.
Well, I think it's actually volcanoes that are doing it myself. But.
Oh, yeah. But they always like to say climate change, but they don't also factor in volcanoes or any other extreme form of weather besides just heating supposed temperatures.
There we go. I found it. Look at this.
All right.
Ron and Scarlet.
Yeah.
So it's greening up a little bit, but there are no logging scars on any of this. And this, you can see, is a caldera on a cinder cone.
Yep. Yeah, you can definitely see the depression. You can definitely see where the magma probably at some point, or is even still now, you know, just kind of hanging out down in there.
Yeah.
Now there's the shadows from the trees. That's what the trees actually look like. So there's no problem with those trees. But there's tree kill all around them. This was not heavily forested, but you get down here and there's all the bleached white trees. And if they're bleached white, they weren't burnt.
Right. But there's thousands of them.
So this, now you can see what I'm looking at. It's this whole area in here. How far does it go? Oh, it includes all of this. This is all tree kill. You see no foliage. All you see is the shadows of standing trunks. Just about got stuck. Got to get a little angle to see what's going on.
Anyway, I was saying that there just was a 4.0 at Queen Charlotte's Island just a few minutes ago.
So it's a big tree kill area here. And what's the next one? Hat Mountain. Everybody knows where Hat Mountain is, right?
Beetle kill is real though. Kevin in the chat was talking about, you know, some people were saying, oh no, it's not beetle kill, but some of it is. I mean, don't get it wrong. I mean, it has killed, you know, emerald ash borers here where I live. You know, beetle kill is real, and it does happen in the Colorado forests. But what we're saying is that there is also a phenomenon, and if you look for the signs, there's something killing off these trees that are somehow, you know, especially in the case of like the sequoia trees, they're supposedly indestructible.
Yeah.
So nothing, they've grown for millennia, so they've dealt with, you know, some of the maximums of heat. But what we're saying is there's got to be something else now that is changing, that's killing all of these trees, and this thing is probably volcanic gases.
Yeah.
It's not too crazy to think.
Now I'm going to turn this around because it's really hard to look at trees sideways. Oops.
Yeah.
Oh, this way. Because this is different.
Yeah.
You can tell it's not fires because there's the trees. These gray shapes are fully foliated, dying trees or dead trees. That's a dead tree, dead tree, dead tree, dead tree. Back out a bit here. I will try to back out a little bit here. There. There, that's a better angle. So here's the trees all dying off. And the imagery date is from 2019. This took a year to get to this point because I understand trees. I've spent a lot of time knowing in the bush, hiking stuff, going back to the same areas, seeing a tree getting in bad shape and then dying off. And you've got sparse tree kill all the way through here. And it's not a fire.
There's quite a few trees when you really look at that. I mean, you know, each little square, it's like 20, you know, 30 trees.
Right.
If you were on the ground, this would be quite impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, half the trees in this area, well, in this circle right here, it's about half the trees that are dead.
Yep.
These are all dead in this circle. There was a bunch of die-off here previously, or wind blow. It could be a microburst. I don't know everything. But
I mean, to some degree, yes, but you would think for like microbursts, right? Like I live in an area that gets a lot of tornadoes in the summertime and straight line winds and things, right? You would think that you would see kind of more of a pattern where everything in that area would be down.
Yeah.
So if these were down, there would be no trees that would even be close to that size, because if a tornado came through or even straight line winds, it's going to knock everything in its path down.
Yeah.
So it's harder for me to believe that it is something like winds, because you wouldn't just have like one tree, one tree, one tree. You'd have, a whole row of trees knocked down in a nice path.
Are you guys able to see how many of these trees are dead in here?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
That's why I said, like, if you just took like one little square of that, and, just stopped for a second, I bet you we could count like, 20 trees down.
Or more.
Yeah, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Like, 30. I'm already up to 30, you guys.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of trees that, to say, oh, well, it was just beetle kill, it was just this or that. Is it?
And then
the health of the trees around it look interesting, and it seems to be pockets of trees rather than individual tree health.
And here's a caldera, and we're on the side of a caldera. That's the point. There's a caldera right here. We're on the side of it. That's where the tree kill is. And this is where it's killed
if
off.
there's magma and gases underneath there, and it's, slowly seeping up and out, it's going to choke out any environment to grow anything.
And if you think that was the end of it, look how much worse it is over here. You've got almost no green left. It's been going on for longer. There's trees laying down that have died. Only a few remain. This used to be a healthy forest.
Yeah, it was.
Almost all dead. You've got less than 10%. You've got maybe 5% left. And how big is this area? It's this whole gray area. It keeps going over here. Keeps going over here. You got little bits of green. And just to prove it, here's all your dead trees. So it's all the way on this whole ridge flank that ends up in a caldera and doesn't lava flow form ridges.
Yes.
And here it's the same thing. I'll get a little closer. I don't want to spend too much time because we've got another site to go to. So all the way along here, this whole thing, how far is that? It's only about 3 miles.
Right.
So it's about 2 miles wide. And this has probably been logged. There's an old road through here. There's some scars through here. So I'm not going to call that tree kill. There's no trunks on the ground.
Right.
Let's see, Snag Lake. Let's go to Snag Lake. You ever been to Snag Lake? Terrible place to fish. Here's Snag Lake. We went way south. Where are we? Here's Lassen. It's a big old cinder cone there called Prospect Peak. Cinder cone at the bottom of Prospect Peak.
All that area is littered with cinder cone lakes. There's calderas everywhere, literally.
Yeah, Fairfield Peak here. Little caldera areas in here. So this is pretty obviously all volcanic. It's a volcano there. It's a big cinder cone there. It's a big cinder cone here. You can have a look at it. Here. Here's the caldera at the top of the cinder cone.
Yeah.
So we were looking at Snag Lake. Where did it go? There it is. Okay. It's a good thing I did my homework. We should look at some halfways normal forest for the area before we jump to any conclusions.
You know, it's starting to look like Yellowstone with all the dead trees being killed off by SO2.
Yeah.
That's
So
what it looks like.
Here's fairly normal forest for the area. Just so we have a comparison. So we got some timber on the ground. We got the odd dead tree, but it's not that bad. It's just sparse. So that's what's normal.
Yeah. But if we zoom in here, you look at all the dead trees.
There's a little bit of green still. It's not terrible. Getting more sparse. Must be climate. There's only one there, one there, one there. This is dead standing, dead standing. Just plain old dead and fallen over, most of it. Not a lot of trunks on the ground. It gets more obvious. Now, some of these, this one could be a fire, because there's been fires in the area. I see no foliage.
Just think how dangerous these areas are, though, because of the kill. How dangerous they could be if a fire occurred.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, this could be devastating because there's so much fuel for these fires, and then there was, laws passed by Governor Jerry Brown that didn't allow for people to remove these, killed trees out of the forest.
Right.
But you see these little white tufts, little white bits. I interconnect. There we go. This isn't a fire because that's the remains of the crown of the tree. All these little fluffy dots in here. That's the shadow, and that's the tree. That's the shadow, and that's the tree. These little fluffy dots are dead tree crowns.
Wow.
There's the branches all up and down the tree. If that had been a fire, those branches would be burnt off.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And they're going to be burned hot and quick.
Yep.
And there's all the crowns laying, some standing, some lying. So this got killed off about, what's the imagery date? 2017, probably 3 years before, something like that, maybe 4.
Something like that, yeah.
This whole area, without a fire, is just tree kill.
Yeah.
Where is it sitting? Well, it's sitting between this lake and a caldera with a little cone right beside it. Not very prominent, but it's there. And see a caldera right there.
Oh, yeah.
There's the
Look at the
Fairfield Peak.
depression, and is that whited out by Google? That little white spot?
That's either snow or salt.
Okay.
Don't know. It's probably a reaction with rainwater that's collected in there.
Right.
But here's the rim of the lava flow out of the cinder cone. So you know it's all volcanic.
Oh yeah, and you can see that cone behind it too.
And there's all your tree kelp all around the cone.
All around it.
On the lava flow out, it's all tree kelp. And it's not a burn because there's the fluffy tops.
Yeah. You can see it.
So we're back to another magma-related kelp.
Yeah.
And it's not like we don't have, evidence from other places to see.
Here's Hat Mountain.
When these gases are coming up through the ground, it's a slow kill. It's not an instant overnight kill.
Oh.
Right. So Hat Mountain looks pretty good. It's got sparse trees and everything, right? Looks good in here, and we should always have a look at what the healthy part looks like. Okay.
Right.
We're on one part of the same area. Everything looks good, right? It's sparse. Now, this is imagery taken on a different season. This is 2017. It's not going to look the same because it's snow on the ground.
Right. But it's 7/2 of 17. Would it be, or is this redacted? Would they have snow in the summer?
Yeah, in some areas, yes, because it's high enough elevation.
Okay.
So here we are, just a little ways away from Hat Mountain. There's Fairfield Peak. There's Hat Mountain there. We're in between. There's Prospect Peak. This is all magmatic. It's all volcanic in here, rather.
Wow. Just look at that. Whole ecosystem gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's turned into a desert.
Extinct. But you can see all the peaks, behind that, probably have something to do with magma.
Yeah, here's all the fluffy tops. And we get into a little different color of imagery. But that's all dead. All of it through here. There's snow through here. It's still dead trees. That one's orange, so it's almost dead. That one's red, so it is dead. Just the needles are left on it, and they've turned red. There's little bits of trees left.
Just amazing.
It's a mostly dead forest.
Yeah.
And it goes on and on. It's a ghost forest.
Yeah.
Look at that. You
Full
can't tell me if the
areas.
fire did that. All the branches are still there.
Yeah. So this had nothing to do with fire.
And you can see that it's still killing off trees. There's a red one there. That one's yellow. It will be dead. They turn yellow before they turn red, by the way. There's the red top, or orange top, red, red. So it's continuing to die off. This died off sooner.
I'd sure like to get a get a sample of that water in that creek. Find out
I
what
would
is
too.
what's
I would
running
like
there.
to take a lot of samples of water in places, actually, because of that, just to see if some of those dissolved gases are making their way into the water as a record.
So here's the imagery change. So we're 26, what is it?
2016.
2016 in this area. And this is, I think this is 2019. Because it's not giving me a date. So it's got to
It
be
could
current.
be. It could be.
I don't know.
Yeah, it says
Anyway,
2019. I don't know.
this looks older and it's right beside it. This has to be older and that has to be newer because these trees are more dead and they're right next door.
Right. Just amazing. Just completely amazing.
It's amazing.
You can see a little bit of foliage left. The odd tree is still alive. Odd bit of green.
Yeah.
Almost nothing there though. Gets better over here, but it's now in the process of dying out. See all the dying trees?
Yeah.
It's not done yet. It's just continuing to die off. And where are we? We're at Badger Mountain. What does Badger Mountain look like? Anything specific? I don't know. Sometimes have to zoom out a bit, look around and see what you find.
I'm going to have to call it a night, folks. I've got, my wife just came home. I got to go help her get in here.
Here's the caldera, and I'll let you go. We can
You could, it's to let Terry finish, you could switch over the host to me. And then I believe that we could, as long as we're still here, it will continue going.
Okay. You got
And
it,
that
my
way
friend.
we can finish up. And
You got it. Folks,
all right.
This is Ron Tyler. We're going to have a good night and say my usual sign off. And that's the way it is. Monday, January 20th, 2020. For Emergency Management Associates, this is Ron Tyler. I'm out of here. Scarlett, Terry, you got it. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Much love. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Ron.
Much love.
You bet.
Yeah, well, this should work when he goes out. And so it should be good.
All right.
All right. So continue.
So we were over here. We were looking over here and looking for volcanics. The tree kill we were looking at was over here, and here's the volcanics over on this side. And it's pretty evident. Oh, we're back at Eagle Peak, but we're on the other side of it. Oh, we're at Lassen. Eagle Peak and Lassen. And by Eagle Peak and Lassen, we have Chaos Crags. North and south. And we have a dying forest. Gray trees. It's not terrible.
No, not at all. Not as bad as what we saw on the other peaks, but look, here we're going to come into a little bit here, where you can see the shadows off to the left here.
So
you know, the kill are your signs of what is to come. You know, if something isn't growing somewhere, something's preventing its growth. And trees are a big signal to what's going on Earth. And this is why it's important to look at the trees as a symbol of what is to come and why we should be paying attention to this. Because if the trees are dying, that means that the oxygen is decreasing, gases are increasing, which means venting and other issues could start to occur.
Here's Lassen right here. We already saw the other volcanic peaks. This is Raker Peak. And we're right back into Tree Kill again.
Yep.
And like I said, not a fire. And these are trees that are dying. They get discolored.
Oh yeah, you can tell especially by those in the middle there that you kind of have your cursor hovering over. You can tell that they're orange and dying off, and that wouldn't be a sign of fire. You would see black burnt trees if it was a fire. I got to go through 2 years ago, right after the Colorado fires were occurring. I got to go out there and we were driving, you know, right next to where the fires were. And trees do not look green still. They don't look in their same form. They're black, they're burnt, they're charred.
Yeah.
It's not quite the same.
So this just goes on. And again, it's all volcanic. It's all beside volcanics. There's Lassen. There's the area. And it went way over here. This whole area in here is a big tree kill.
Yeah, look at it. You can kind of see where the boundary is going around. You know,
Yeah.
You can kind of see where the green is and where it kind of goes around, all in like, you know, a bowl-shaped kind of pattern.
Yeah. And when you zoom in, it doesn't look that bad where it was green, right?
No, because it kind of, you know, you're on the ground, but as you look out at the bigger picture,
But this
it
whole
starts to
arc,
become really stark.
that whole arc is tree kill.
Yeah, look at it. I mean, it's
Clarity.
a really large area when you think about it.
That's 12 miles long. And 7 miles wide, roughly.
It's a big area.
Well, 7 times, so that's about 100 square miles, right? 7 times 12, 80,
Yeah. Well, yeah.
80, 840 miles, whatever. 12 or 84, I think. So that was Snag Lake, Prospect, Sugarloaf Peak. Here we go. See, I tried to get out of California right away. I was way too early.
Right. Well, and California is interesting because that's where we have, you know, kind of the edge of the crustal, you know, activity. From what we can actually see on land. After that, it goes into under seamounts. So it's an interesting place to see how some of the terrain has developed over the years. Because after you get over that Sierra Nevada chain, it kind of becomes a little different landscape-wise.
Yeah. So here's Sugarloaf Peak, and we should, whoops, I don't want that. Should look at where we are. So everybody can tell. We're by Old Station, but what's this? Big old volcano. It's got a caldera there and a caldera there. I think that's Lassen there. Yeah, that's Lassen. So now we're north of Lassen. A little bit east. And you'll notice Potato Butte is a cinder cone.
Potato Butte. Yes, it is. It's a perfect cinder cone.
Here's
And
another
named
one
one maybe there. And then you can kind of see two more though in the off to the right there where you had your cursor. You can kind of see, yep, there's one there. There's a depression there. You know, there's quite a few more that aren't necessarily, yep, those right there, that aren't listed but are there. And you can see all of this is volcanic in nature. Regardless, we have to remember, okay, something that I want everybody to know that I don't know if they know their USGS history, but the USGS was actually created to survey for the large oil and mineral magnets. And they were there to create boundaries and to figure out where things were. They were never to be what they are today, actually being a public service group. And this is why they don't do it well. And this is why they don't hide that they don't do it well, because they actually were never funded or founded to be giving out some of this information. So it doesn't surprise me that they miss a lot of the volcanoes. They haven't been named. They don't talk about the volcanic areas because they probably honestly haven't researched them themselves. A lot of the things we know about, you know, land areas and boundaries are based off of prospecting, you know, from 100 years ago, where you would look and say, oh, that's about 20 miles. This is about 30 miles. So honestly, we probably don't have as good of look as we should, even with something like Google Earth now, on where all the volcanoes actually are. And if we actually sat and tried to pinpoint them on the map and added points, we'd probably find out that there would be thousands more volcanoes than what we're aware of today.
Now, somewhere around Sugarloaf, there was a whole bunch of tree kill. Not here. If there was a tree kill here, it was a long time ago, because the trunks have never grown.
Yeah. And that makes you wonder too, if these areas are more prone, and you can see kind of where the terrain is different, if gases have been kind of emitting the whole time, nothing probably could grow.
Yeah. So on this side of the mountain, there was trees. You can see them here. So that's the normal. Should get a little bit away. There's that unnamed cinder cone. Here's the normal forest growth. Somebody's house or trailer or something. Circular campground.
And you can see in the areas where the kill is, nothing else is growing. You can kind of see some green, you know, growth in between some of the trees, but if you really kind of look right under where there's nothing. Yeah, it's super bare.
It's all dead. The ground, everything around the trees is dead. Where the dead trees are is dead. There's a little bit of green in here.
Yeah, and that probably depends on which way the trees fell to where the, you know, the actual area that they came from was. You know, I'm thinking a lot of these are fallen and kind of fallen into areas that are still growing. Do we know how far east the magma's flowing? I mean, when you think about, this is a question from the chat, Terry, when you think about how many volcanic processes there are across the whole country, and that most places were created by volcanism, you would assume that magma is just about everywhere. Now, whether they're connected through magma plumes or not, throughout the whole corridor of the United States, that'll be to seen in the future, but I would assume, I would treat it as, yes.
Well,
that's just my opinion.
They're fault connected. They're known to be fault connected, and the faults will carry magma as well in some cases.
Right.
So that's a tree top, the remains of it.
Okay.
That's what these little puffy white things are. That one's got a little bit of limbs on it still, right there. That one does there. That one does there. So this is the tail end of the die-off, but there's no trees left at all. There's some little shrubs and bushes, but there's no trees left. They've all been killed off. And the imagery date is 2019. So this is about 4 or 5 years of process of killing the trees off. And this is how long ago the magma infill was going on, because I'm finding this all through California, from Lassen north, that there's tree kill. And that means this started way back before I ever was aware of it.
Right.
It predates any of my previous discoveries, because we know that it takes a few years to get, or it takes like 5 years to get to this point.
Yeah, so then that means that these processes have been, like you say, quite in place before you came around and came with your research. And so it's definitely something to be looking at.
Yeah. And what the tree kill does is it gives you a timeline. And when you look and you say, oh, it's here and here and here and here and here.
It reminds me of the rapid Ohia death that had started occurring in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
Like a little before the 2018 eruption. It reminds me similarly of that, because they noticed that the trees were being killed in a large fashion. They noticed that a lot of them were dying. It was rapidly spreading from tree to tree. And it just kind of reminds me of that, how they all kind of just died off in this area all at once. You know, this is a fungal disease, but when you're thinking about gases, did some of these die off because of the volcanic gases too?
There's Crater Lake.
Yeah, look at all that tree kill just peppered in between. I mean, that alone should be considered a fire hazard. This shouldn't even be allowed to occur. There should be people from California DNR taking these logs out of the forest, because, I mean, just look how many are in there.
90% of the forest is dead, even in this area. What you see is very little left already.
Yeah.
And where are we? Look how expansive this is. This goes on for miles. This is previous tree kill. There's some left, but you can see it's the same as before. The imagery is a little bit different, but it's all dead and dying in between. And there's already a bunch of log litter on the ground from previous deaths where the trees have actually fallen over.
Right. And you can tell that by the color of the trees. You can tell that by how they're stacked on top of each other. You know, they look white, they look dead. They've been out there quite a long time. You know, these don't look to be birch trees. So, you know, to have that many and that color and just all peppered around, it shows you something is killing them, and killing them to the point where all color and chlorophyll is being brought out, which makes me think about volcanism. Because when like I said, again, the Kilauea 2018 eruption's a good example of this. When the volcanic gases get in contact with plants, it pulls out all the chlorophyll, pulls out all the colors, and they just look dead and drab and brown and gray and just none with life.
So this whole arc in here is all tree.
Right. Yeah, look at that.
That's Crater Lake's a big crater. It's 6.5 miles across or something. This is about.
Yeah, I was going to say, look how big it is as a volcano. I mean, when you think about that, you know, if it were to ever erupt or rupture, you know, as soon as the magma hits water, it's going to have a phreatic explosion. I mean, that would just be insane.
There's, in this lake, there's between 1.25, I've measured it, there's between 1.25 and 1.5 cubic miles of water. It's the deepest known lake in the U.S. It's 1,949 feet deep.
That's a lot of water. You know, I come from the land of 10,000 lakes, and so, you know, I've seen a lake or two that's pretty big, but that's a big lake. You'd feel like an ocean if you were out there.
Yeah, it's just so deep. Like, it's only 6.5 miles across, but it's so deep.
Yeah, no, it was good. But if you think about all the turbulence and things like that, when you have large lakes like that, it's feelings are going to be more like an ocean than a lake.
Yeah.
And we don't know, too, you know, what is down below and at what level the magma could be at this particular location. So, you know, it could be 250 foot deep, but the rocks have been holding it out, but the magma is only down maybe 100 feet or so. We don't know. That's just something that we can't, unless we had LiDAR, we wouldn't be able to know.
I showed you Chiloquin,
Yeah.
one of the sites, and I said it's south of Crater Lake.
Yep.
And there's Crater Lake. There's Chiloquin.
So see, look how close that is. You know, I mean,
and that's where all those magma infill signatures
are coming from.
Yeah.
And this would make sense. With how big Crater Lake is, this would make sense that you could see this that close to the area.
The forest is fine right there.
Yeah. And it could be far enough down where those gases aren't able to breach the surface, like in the other areas where we're seeing the extreme amount of kill.
Right.
Because that's one thing I noticed too. And Kilauea has been like one of the things I've been watching to see what could happen for the future. Because it's the first time we've got to see in real time eruptions happening around people at their homes, in the forest, in the jungle, to see what would happen. And the closer you get to where the gases are emitting the most, even though it's erupting, gases aren't everywhere. They're very targeted positional areas that almost like vents you find venting out with these gases.
There must have been another hemlock. Was there? I had it pegged for an area with tree kill. Oh yeah. It's not as obvious here until you get right inside. What? What are we right inside of here? There's Hemlock Lake there. There's Crater Lake there. There's Hemlock Lake there. You're still in the Cascade Range. Yeah, it wasn't bad zooming. Got right back to it. And there's the tree kill. Little, it's not a lot. It's not huge, but it's there.
It is there. And I mean, that's the thing we need to look at, you know, as things move forward. Interesting. An article that I find interesting. They just had an article that they did in October, last updated in November, that they were talking about how they saw tree kill during the last Cascadia subduction zone quake.
Yeah.
And I found that interesting because I guess that they've found some of these ghost forests near the Washington and Oregon coast where dead trees that have been invaded by salt water. Yeah. And so I guess that they found that they just stopped growing and the land was turned into salt marshes. And so it's interesting that they know that watching death of trees is correlated to earthquakes and larger activities.
Yeah, what they found was that the Cascadia builds a rise in the land over time, over hundreds of years. Near from west to the west of the volcanoes, bulges up because of the friction on the bottom of the plate. And the east side keeps moving and the west side is stuck. So it bulges up in between. And then when it drops back down again, all that growth that grew on the bulge drops back down into the water, and now you have dead trees. You get, in some cases, well over 10 feet of land drop when the crust of North America stretches back out again. Now this is hard to see from this angle. I'm just going to spin it. I don't know if I've got the right spot or not. You always get some trunks of trees on the ground. Trees die
yeah.
and get competed out.
They fall over, like we said, wind, you know, that's normal. You'd want to see in a healthy managed forest some dead trees, some live trees, but you'd want to see that variety. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But the magnitude and, like I said, the color is, you know, when trees usually die naturally, you don't see these white bleached looking trees.
Yeah.
You just don't. They fall over, they're brown.
Oops.
And they stay brown. And they're not white looking and bleached like from the sun. Because we know now with lots of different people, and especially with people like Mr. MBB333 on YouTube and others, that the UV is coming to the ground. I have my own UV meter that I purchased that I use. I only have a UVA-B meter. I need a UVC meter. They're very expensive to be all technologically on up and up with these scientific instruments, Terry. You know, they don't tell you about this, but, you know, when you get into science as a hobby, it starts becoming very expensive. One thing, it's true. One thing that I really want is a Raspberry Quake. You know, the at-home seismograph that you can have built, and you can get, you know, special cases for it and all that. But, you know, they're about $500 or $600.
Yeah.
So, you know, being a home scientist is not cheap.
So here's Pelican Butte. Okay, Pelican Butte is a big old caldera. Here's the lava dome growing in the middle after
the resurgent dome.
Yeah. And little bent areas down here. And this is the tree kill in here. So here you can see a mix, and now you start seeing the discolored. I should probably spin this. Whoops. Okay. I'll exit ground level. If you're looking at trees upside down because of the shadows, it makes it really tough.
Yeah, you know, you don't know which way is up or down. That might help.
So
this world, I know this world is turned upside down, but we got to look at it right side up.
You can see the dead crowns, all those fluffy shapes, and the orange colors of the dying trees, and how sparse the green is. And now you can, when you look at this, you know that's all dead trees in there, and it's not from the fire.
Yeah, there's very few living trees in that. You know, there's only 2 little tracks that are actually living when you look at it.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't a heavy growth area. There was never anything going on here. There was, because it's old lava gravel, basically. Scree. But these were trees, part of a forest, growing there. Well,
and it almost looked like natural aggregate when you look up kind of close. You can kind of tell this is a volcanic and large with rocks happen, because it almost looks like, it almost looks like aggregate. You know, little rocks that are blown to pieces. You know, so obviously something in the past happened there before.
We're right at a volcano.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. But for people who wouldn't otherwise have known that or seen that before, how would you get little tiny pieces of blown up rock somewhere on the top of the mountain?
Yeah. So this is all dead and dying trees. Most of the dying is done. It's just little bits. Now we're down to like 2-3% trees left, and we're on the volcano.
I would agree.
The majority is dead. That whole area. Look how little green you have.
Yeah, look, it's very just peppered.
Dead trees.
Very
Dead
peppered.
trees. Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to hold on to stay alive, but the pockets are so small. And then you see the green all of a sudden just open up outside of there.
Yeah, here is still good forest. It's patchy, but that's what it grows in that area. And here, so you have patches of rock showing here. Here you have patches of trees showing. And it's all the same terrain. It was all treed exactly the same. And you can see the kill is still ongoing because there's all the orange trees. They're continuing to die.
Yeah, what's even left, the small amount that is left, is dying off.
And
that should say something, that whatever conditions started it are continuing.
Yeah, and we'll go in here. You see how red it is? The whole thing.
Oh yeah, look at that.
All at once.
Yeah, a massive kill. Look at that. I mean, that's thousands of trees, tens of thousands of trees.
Yeah.
A whole forest. Just dead.
Just a few stragglers hanging on, and that's it. And this got killed earlier.
And I mean, let's just think about how big of a fire hazard these places are, too. They wonder why California, when it gets on fire, stays on fire. But look at that. I mean, if you had a fire in that forest, it wouldn't stop. It has fuel.
Yeah. Oh, it's all dry, standing wood still. You can see all the limbs on the trees still. I mean, they've been dead for a while, but the inner limbs that are a little heavier are still there.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that. That's just massive. Tens of thousands, maybe even millions of trees when you pull out this far to actually look at it. Millions of trees.
Well, it's dead from here. We've only gone to there. But it's dead all the way to here.
Yeah. Yeah, how big of an area is that?
That is line measurement tool. Oh, if it'll hold. That's basically 4 miles by, call this the average.
Right.
4 miles by 1.2 miles. 1.25 miles, whatever.
If you came up on that area, though, it would just be massive as far as the eye could see, if just dead and killed.
Yeah, but there's an incredible number of trees in an area that size.
That's true, too.
Even when they're growing sparse like that, I mean, that wasn't that sparse where we were looking, and it was just like this patch in here. There's nothing sparse about that.
No, it's quite thick. I mean, you start getting closer and you realize, there are trees just about everywhere.
There's what it is, normally.
This would be the healthy section of the forest.
Yeah. For now, because look.
For now. Yeah, until we start seeing more kill spread out.
Because it's okay to have a few dead trees, like we were saying, but
but massive numbers and whole sections of forest killed.
Dead. That's too many for a small area. Dead. This is 50% tree kill in here.
At least. And all of them are bleached and white looking, which also is strange, like I said, because usually when trees fall or are killed or beetle killed, they don't look really any different from the standing trees, besides that there will be no leaves and they're not green.
So we covered this area in here, but we didn't look at this. I can just look at the color now for an area and say, oh, there's a bunch more over there.
Right.
This is 80% forest death. Here's what it's supposed to look like. Here's what it looks like.
Look at that. I mean, those are large trees. These aren't small trees.
No. So we were talking about 1.25 by 4 miles or something, but we didn't count any of this. That's 95% tree kill in this area.
Yeah, and the trees
So
that
you
are
got-
left, they look barely even alive.
There'll be more death in this area. There's the oranging, there's the gray, all through there. That's 25% death in that area. There'll be more in here, likely, probably won't be as bad. Color's better. Orange, gray. I'm not close enough maybe for you to see, I'm not sure.
I mean, you can tell that there's a color differential, that's for sure. You know, people in the chat are saying an unreal amount of dead trees. I mean, and this is coming from our volcanic processes.
Yeah.
And this is why we need to be alert and aware, because we're losing a lot of the cover that people think they're going to have. And as this continues, if we keep losing all of our forests, that affects all of the terrain around it.
So you go from Pelican Butte being volcanic to Mount McLaughlin. Mount McLaughlin is very obviously a volcano. Total cone shape. Little flank caldera here. Little ridge, lava ridge coming off of it. It's very typical of Cascade volcanoes. So what's going on there? So we pan back. Next door we find another volcano. And a little tiny bit of a caldera on the top of it. You guys can see that.
Yep. Where obviously at one point the trees had to grow back. But now some of them are thriving, but we see kill again. You can tell this would be an older volcano.
Yeah. And it's an older volcano, but for some reason, all these trees along here are dead.
Yep.
And we pan back out. You can see the lava flow from it here. I don't have a problem with there being a lava flow from a cinder cone. I didn't see anything from high up that worried me. I just thought I'd have a look. And a little bit of dead trees is fine. That's some dead in there. You're going to get some dry out. You are going to get some bugs here and there. Sometimes it's just interesting to look at the mountain.
Well, it is interesting. I mean, when you see how many mountains there are, how often this is happening, how many trees are dead, and that it's the same scenario no matter where you look across California, across Washington, across Oregon, across the whole Cascade Mountain range, there has to be something to it.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't just a coincidence. Something, you know, and they're trying to market it off as beetle kill to some degree. Yes, it is. But what is killing everything else around it?
That's just more sparse.
What is even killing the ground underneath it? You know, beetle kill can only do so much.
Yeah.
That's
so
when I
go
know
to the next spot that I had. It's called Volcanic Cone, of all things. Imagine that's very creative.
Oh, wow.
because I can pan around for a while. Whoops.
And while we're looking at this, does anybody in chat have any questions for Terry at all while we're here? I'll open it up for that. Go ahead. There's Newberry Volcano.
Might as well have a look around Newberry. I think I missed it last time. We might as well have a look at it.
Scooter Pie asks, is there any tree kill on Mount Rainier?
Yes, there is. It's not a big area. It's just northeast of Rainier itself. It's not right on Rainier. It's and it's not a huge area, but it's a very obvious lava outcrop ridge that's Holocene period because it has tuyas on it. A tuya only grows up inside of a glacial lake. So that means that that area of lava expulsion occurred during the last period of glaciation. How do you like that?
There's your answer. That was a good answer. But it makes sense that this could happen.
Yeah.
With, you know, not every single volcano or volcanic area will definitely necessarily have this feature. You won't necessarily see venting. You won't necessarily see volcanic gases killing off the trees. This is just something that we're seeing in features all around these smaller volcanic buttes. And so it's something to think about when we start seeing it in the larger, you know, they had those cleared pads over there. You know, they come out to these areas to develop oil, gas, geothermal pumping, because they find out that there's heat and magma and other signatures out there.
So Newberry Volcano is interesting, not just because it's a volcano itself, but it's a volcanic field. While we're here, there's a cinder cone. There's a cinder cone. There's a cinder cone. There's an older cinder cone there. There's another one there. Most of these don't have names. There's an old one there. I'm not sure if that's one until I get close. Might have been, but it's not prominent.
And just think about a time where all of these potentially were going off. It's just kind of insane to think about that there could have been a time where all of these were actually exploding with magma and, you know, things were happening. You know, that probably would have been a terrifying time.
Another one there. So it's Newberry, it's Newberry Volcano, but it's also Newberry Volcanic Field. Cinder cone, cinder cone. If we get lower, we won't see a thing from up there. Interesting little looks
Sand
like a sand
feature.
dune. Yeah.
Yeah, it does look like a sand dune. That sounds like interesting. I got to go to Great Sand Dunes National Park. That's an interesting place.
It's pretty cool that they would have a sand dune right there.
That is, because I mean, you wouldn't expect it in that, but I guess if you put something in the right area and the sand collects long enough, yeah,
Well, you
that's a
got a
neat area.
lava flow there. You got a little bit of probably a cinder cone in the middle. Yeah. You've also got little patches of tree kill,
Right.
since we're in the area, on top of an old cinder cone.
But you can tell where that lava flow took out all the other trees and only a few were left. You can kind of tell where it killed off that area.
Big cone there, smaller cone there, little one here on the flank, another cinder cone there, another one there, another one there, another one there.
They're everywhere. I mean, they're literally peppered all throughout the landscape.
And that's why it's also referred to as a volcanic field.
Yep. When you start getting multiple volcanoes in one area, they tend to be called volcanic fields.
I have no idea what this is.
Right? Like a parking lot with a berm. I mean, pumping operation maybe?
Yeah, I don't know if they've got geothermal somewhere near there, or used to, or tried to, or
Exploration, yeah, absolutely. Or other natural gas or what?
and you can see the remains of older cones. It's an interesting area.
Oh,
There's
absolutely
only
it
a
is.
tiny bit of tree kill on the other side. This is a logging operation. And it's nice to see that you can tell when they were logging. They had it's a radial system out, pulling the logs into a central location to get down the road with the logs, and out they go.
Yeah, you can see their different tracks that they were using to pull out the logs. Yeah, you could definitely see the logging tracks that they had before. That's quite interesting.
Now, why were they logging it?
I don't know the answer to that question. What's the answer, Terry?
Because the trees all died. And they went in to harvest what they could that was good, big stuff, while it still had some value, because this is a big tree kill area.
Right. And it makes sense. Salvage what you can.
Yep.
Leave the rest.
So here we are on the edge of the volcanic field, and we have another big tree kill.
Wow. Look at that. I mean, that's something that we're going to have to, and I implore everybody listening here tonight to actually go and do this for yourself. Just spend some time, pick some areas that you've looked at, previously through seismographs or other places, and just kind of check out the area, see what you could see, zoom in, look. You may find nothing, you may find something, but the only way to know is to look.
One more.
All right. I think people can hang with us for one more. I know the people are probably getting a little tired out there, so we'll try to keep it as painless as possible and try to wrap it up here for you folks.
4 Mile Lake. A
All right.
lovely little spot.
Oh, and I can already see it now.
And you can see this is happening right now because everything's orange.
Yep.
And the imagery date is 2019. Now I'll make it easier. Always better to look at trees the right side up.
Yeah.
Short version, all the way from there to there and up into here somewhere. Just checking to see if fish were jumping. Yeah. So there's all through here, you can see the gray. There's more tree death than there should be, even in this area that's significantly green. That's dead, that's dead, that's dead, that's dead, that's dead. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one. There's a gap in here with a log down.
Wow, look at that.
So you look from a distance, it doesn't look too bad because you see the green. Whoop. I can get out of that before it eats me. You can see the green, but it's actually 50% dead. That little area here.
Wow. And you just don't notice it as much because you don't see it layered, but when you start looking in, you can see, you know, there's layers upon layers of the dead trees. And that's what's affecting everyone.
There's the big patch there, and it's all currently dying because they're orange.
Yeah.
But from here, it looks fine.
Yeah, up above from a bird's eye view, if you were this high above all the trees, that's what it would look like for you. But if you were on the ground,
and here you are,
boots on ground, it would honestly be devastating looking at it. You would feel like you have no cover from the trees. You would feel like everything around you couldn't even move through a forest like this.
This frame is 50% dead trees.
Yep. You wouldn't even be able to navigate through something like this. So for those who are thinking about, oh, I'm going to bug out to the mountains, I'm going to bug out to the woods, you need to know what the woods are like that you're going to. Because if you go to a woods, like this, and it's, 75% kill, you're not even going to be able to traverse that.
Well, not only that, but if it's bad enough to be killing trees now, wait till the Cascadia happens.
Yeah.
Because we're in the Cascade Range, and the Cascadia is going to set off these volcanoes, especially in the areas where there's tree kill, because there's been enough heat to create tree kill.
Well, that's true.
So it's an active, when you find tree kill, you're guaranteed it's an active volcanic area. And there we are right beside Mount McLaughlin, an obvious volcano.
Yeah. So, that's something that people need to think about, going forward, that these areas that are in danger now will definitely be in danger during the Cascadia subduction event. The gases that'll be emitted, those are extremely dangerous. You can't breathe in sulfur dioxide or lays, or if it hits one of these craters that are in a lake and you have a phreatic magnetic explosion with the water and it creates lays, you can't breathe that either. That's, liquid glass particles.
Why is it white? Why is it white?
Bleaching of the sun. UV is so strong.
Everything on that.
And the leaching from the chemicals of the volcanic, composition takes out, like I said, all the color, all the chlorophyll, any sense of color that was once there.
So there's Mount Hood. There's the first ridge. That one's dead. That's dead. That's dead. This whole. Yeah, I just pan this. Whoops. Give me half a sec. I've got a label that's partly in my way, so I can't do this quickly. So there's Hood, and this is all tree kill all around Hood, all of it. This was all heavily treed. You can see where the green is. It's not that it didn't have trees. I can pan in and show you, but I showed you this ridge, and the trees were all down. And how big is that area?
And this is setting up a case showing that something is killing trees all around these volcanoes, and nobody's really investigating what Or why? Because then they would have to admit that volcanic processes are happening. And that's a big deal.
Yeah.
This is how we can prove to ourselves something is happening.
So it's 8 miles by, we'll call it 2.5 miles, but it'll be beyond that. But you keep going 8 miles by 7 miles, 9 miles by 6 miles. And, you know, you keep looking at all of this and seeing that it's not fire kill. Again,
No.
there's all the tops of the trees.
And you would see black and charred and charcoal looking elements if it was fire kill,
And
even years down the road.
look at the edge.
It's dark.
Inside, it just stops right there.
Oh.
Is that a fire break?
Yeah, that's really hard to say. I mean, obviously you would notice that there would be charring. Like I said, even if it was a fire break, you would see some charring. And I don't see that charring.
No. Oh.
You see some carbon-like deposits, you know, from the burning that would even stay, you know, many, many years down the line. You know, green would pop up through it, but you'd still have that charred look.
Yeah, this imagery isn't very good. It just makes
And
me
they probably
wonder
do
why
that by
there's a...
design. You know, it's so we cannot see the images clearly, so we cannot make a decision.
Yeah. This could be a fire.
Could be.
I don't know 100% on all of these, but was it a fire because the trees died and then they were easy to catch on fire? You know what I mean?
Well, that's just it. You know, I wondered if in Paradise and other areas, if you know, magma wasn't getting to the top or at least to a level of surface where it was heating it up from the inside out and catching trees on fire.
Now,
you know,
here, there's nothing you would call a fire break on the top. I'll bet that was a fire break on the other side, but it could have just been a row. And here you've got, that's a dead tree, dead tree, dead tree. You got a bunch of, I'm not sure how much is alive and how much is dead in here. The imagery is just not good enough. So anyway, it's another volcanic area. Every one of these has been right by a volcano. So even if they caught on fire, it's likely the volcanoes caught them on fire, because I was catching hot spots through here all the time. And the hot spots were hot enough to start stuff on fire, because I would see the hot spots first with no smoke, right beside an area of hot spots with smoke. And on the very next image, same day, both would have smoke coming from them.
Right.
And the smoke from one was not blowing over top of the other. It wasn't sparks flying, and it wasn't a massive, huge forest fires. It was just some smoke. Anyway.
Well, these hotspots are interesting. I mean, this is what we need to pay attention to when we're seeing. So, you know, for people who don't necessarily know how to look for this in the future, you would want to look at these hotspots and then come with Google Earth and then look into the area and try to match them up and try to see, hey, when we see these hotspots on College of DuPage, are they the same, and match up to these areas, and what does the area around them look like, and what could be happening? I think this is the best way until something actually happens that we can pay attention to some of these signs and what could be going on. Because if you see that it's in an area that we see hotspots and we see a large amount of beetle kill, you could maybe put together that something volcanic is happening in that area.
There was the last live tree for this area. It's dead now, but that was the last live.
Yeah, just think about that. The last live tree in a whole area.
This isn't logged off. There's no logging scars. Well, hang on. There's some logging scars. There's some of it is logged. I'm gonna correct myself before I stick both my feet in my mouth.
Well, that's always good to make sure you make corrections. I mean, we're not saying we know everything about everything, but what we are saying is to question what you're being seen and told. That's all we ever want you to do here on the Freedom Revolution Network, is just to think about what we're saying. You know, you never want to take what we're saying as the gospel. Go research it yourself. Try to find something to challenge the idea. Because that's what it's really about, is you having cognitive dissonance to think outside of what you're being told in the mainstream and in indoctrination camps, like school.
Now, I think it is likely, given the size of this area, because where are we at? Mount Adams. They don't normally, let's find a log area. Okay, see how patchy the logging areas are? There's a log area.
Oh, yeah.
They do
Yeah, you
patch
can
cuts,
kind of
right?
see where they're carved out.
So they do a square or an oblong or whatever, but they do a patch. You don't do a massive deforestation. Here they show signs of logging all the way around here. That's 100 times. It's 200 times the size of any one of these patches, how they normally log. Why did they log it? Get what they can out of it before it all became this, because there's not been any machines in this area. There has been over on this area. You can see the paths up and down leaving stripes.
Yeah. You can see the different tracks, and in logging, it's called tracks, where they go and they take out the logs, and
yeah,
you can actually see where they were going, and
yeah,
it makes sense. This looks
right
more normal. Yeah, exactly. They drag it through the tracks, through the lines that you see. You can see some trees are left, but if we were looking at a logging operation, this would be more of what we would have seen in all of the other pictures that we've shown so far.
But for a logging operation, because this is all the same thing here, but now we're out of tracks and we still have tree kill.
Yeah.
This is all tree kill in here. But there's no tracks of logging.
No.
We could see it over on the other side. These are the mainline roads in here. And when you get close, you see the drag lines. So this is still back to being mostly a flat out tree kill. They came in here to log to save what they could, but they couldn't save it all, because there it is still, all laying on the ground, unharvested.
Yeah. So that's something that we need to look at, because, these logging people make their money, and this probably happened years ago. They make their money by taking good logs that actually are usable. But when you can't even get equipment into these tracks, something else killed these trees, and it wasn't humans.
We're a couple miles away, and there's all the dead tops of the trees. They're still dying off. When they were logging on the other side, these ones were dying on this side.
So, Terry, 21 minutes ago, we just had a earthquake on the Queen Charlotte Islands region, 4.0.
That's a good size for Queen Charlotte's. They don't usually have them that big.
No, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was like, I will report on this because we are live, and it only happened 21 minutes ago.
Yeah. So you can see the tail end of the death is the fluffy white parts, but most of it was dead long before. This is a huge, big area that, again, is dead right beside a volcano. And it just means it doesn't hardly matter which volcano you go to, the trees are all dead around it. Why would the trees be dead all around it? Because the magma's been moving into those volcanoes for years.
Yep. Many years.
So we're something like 4 or 5 years into infill at these volcanoes. I didn't know it, but that's what the tree kill tells me.
Yeah. And that's important. And that's what it all wraps around to. So if you guys have made it with us this far, that was the point that Terry was trying to make, is that this kill shows that infill has been occurring for a much longer time than he thought possible.
Yep.
And that's a big deal. That means that magma is infilling to these volcanoes. When infill stops and eruption goes, no one knows. Okay, that rhymed, but no one knows. But that would be the consequence of infill stopping or reaching its peak. Would be eruption or fusion.
If anybody thinks that these volcanoes aren't primed and ready to go when they've been active for 4 and 5 years long, they're well primed to go. This isn't a 9-month phenomenon. When I put out my first paper in September, I figured it had started about 6 months earlier. That's the first I knew of. And that was based on seamounts acting up. So, and I knew there were other changes, but I didn't know what they were. It wasn't making sense to me initially.
Right.
So this process predated when I had first put out the information. This started a good 4 years before I ever knew about it. This has been going on for at least 5 years now. So that means there's been 5 years of getting these volcanoes thinned out and heated up and activated and pressurized.
Heating all the, the active crust around it that's been otherwise keeping it stable. And like you said, getting them primed, cranking them up like a spring.
And I commonly tell people the magma chamber is much larger than the surface expression of the volcano. And look at the tree depth. It's all the way out here to over there. And the magma chamber is going to be larger than that under this volcano.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And who knows, like I said, where these magma plumes connect. I have a feeling that a lot of the volcanic pathways or lava tubes probably do come out from the Pacific and from Hawaii, thinking of the way that the Alaskan archipelago was created all the way down. I do believe that they connect at some points into lava tubes that would go into the greater mantle. Now, where they do that from, okay, I don't know, but that's just something I really feel. I feel like Yellowstone and Kilauea and all these volcanoes are connected through lava tubes underground. That's just my opinion.
I think they connect through faults, but tubes I disagree with. What I do know about
there's only a few large magma plume areas in the world, and so I do believe that one of them that's just my opinion, that they're connected coming towards this way.
Well, what happens in subduction zone is this plate out here is overrun by this plate. It bends down underneath about 80 miles on an angle, melts, and comes up in these volcanoes. So that's why it's a parallel chain. And when it melts off, it doesn't melt the plate away, and the plate breaks. And it can break in a section here, like the Columbia River, and you get a plate window. So you can have a section of plate that remains underneath on this side and on this side. In the middle, there's a gap, and that's called the plate, an under plate fault, basically. But then it can continue subducting underneath but only partially melt and then rise up underneath. And then this whole landmass over here rises because the under plate that's come underneath here has broken off and lifted up this land, because the crust, it essentially makes the crust thicker. Now, between these volcanoes, this is Rainier, this is Goat Rocks, this is Mount Adams, this is Mount St. Helens. There's a known high magnetic conductivity triangle that runs between them like this. And that lines up with the Columbia River that comes through here. This is where I showed all those magma signals. There's a magma channel that runs right into here.
Interesting.
And we already know that before that, there was a high conductivity triangle here. Well, you get, magma has high iron content, magnetite and various conductive minerals. And if it's near the surface, it increases the conductivity of the area. This is the only place in the Cascades that they're connected. Now, there is a lava tube system that goes, they can only go short distances unless they're very deep, because they cool in the crust. And so it can make it from, they know that these two are connected, Mount Adams and Mount St. Helens. But other than the high conductivity triangle, they don't know of any connection going this way.
Right.
But here comes the Columbia River with a magma channel underneath it, probably with a split in the subducted plate on either side, and this gap coming through the middle, which would allow a depression in the land to allow a river to run in it. And here's the magma feeding in from offshore, right through here, right into this high conductivity triangle. So that's what's going on there. But it's not just coming in here, it's also going all the way up and along here. This is all magma, high magma flow area right in this area.
And so the magma highway, so to speak, it's very interesting. You know, as we learn how magma moves and how it can travel and how it can affect different areas, you know, I hope that people don't end up finding out firsthand. But there's an interesting YouTube video I watched that showed some processes of the Earth that I thought that it gave a lot of clues to what's going to happen with Cascadia that we've been talking about. When I find that video, I'm going to share it with everybody in the chat room, because we can share videos in the Freedom Revolution Network chat. I will share that in there for everybody so they can see the video, and it talks about other subduction zones, like the Mediterranean subduction zone. It talks about how Greece is supposed to break off from the continental shelf of that area. Many clues that we've been talking about that seismically, they don't speak about it very often, but they did in this documentary, and I think that everybody needs to see it after knowing. They don't talk about Cascadia, but for a short little bitty bit. But when they talk about the Mediterranean plate subduction, and they talk about a few other plates subducting, they speak about how the processes work and how one actually goes under the other and shows some good diagrams. And I think everybody could get some good information out of that. So I'm going to find the video, and then I'm going to share it with everybody, because I think that that's one that if you want to understand basic processes and the processes around the world that geopolitically tie into some of the issues we've been having across the globe, I'm going to highly recommend that.
Okay, here, have a look at this. There's Crater Lake. There's, I don't remember what's in there. Newberry Craters is in there. This is Long Valley. I think this is Long Valley Caldera in here. So it's a little further inland, but there's Crater Lake, Newberry Craters, Sisters, Jefferson. Notice the distance from the coast and how straight a line this is. There's Hood. There's Adams. There's Goat Rocks. And there's Glacier Peak. These two are out of line. You see what I mean? It's more in that. And this is a big question for geologists. Why is Mount St. Helens out of line? And I'll tell you why. I believe it is because there's a fault running under the Columbia River that runs right through here. And that's why.
That would make sense. It would take it off of the, same footing and kind of pull it up and get it out of the way.
All volcanoes in the Cascades have faults associated with them. The reason they come up in the areas that they do is either the fault is running this way, where the subduction of the Pacific plate meets the North American plate at its deepest point, or because there's transverse faults going this way, and those faults can be in the plates that have slid underneath the crust. They don't have to even be in the top of this fault. They can be in the underplating fault. And that would allow a window of fracture to be in here with a fault running through here. And that connects them all because the piece that was supposed to be here broke off and floated in here or something like that. But it's allowed magma closer to the surface, which is why you would have a high conductivity triangle and a slight offset with Rainier and Mount St. Helens.
That's interesting. That's fascinating. I mean, it's something that this is how geologists can't quite explain everything, but this what shows like our world is so fascinating because these small signatures show something much bigger that's happening on a global scale. And I think we've been lucky so far. When we first met you, Terry, we were expecting things to happen a lot quicker than they have been, and so that's a good thing for us. We're not over here hoping for the end of the world.
No, me neither.
We want to be wrong in this case. This is about the one time where predictions, you almost want to be wrong because that shows that we're still learning about these processes. It's still early in the world's history, and there's still things that it can show us and still surprises to be had.
Yeah.
But I think it's encouraging that we're starting to learn even more about how these things work so that we could maybe have some clues for the future. Yeah, at this point, I think that's our best bet is to just try it. That's what we're trying to do is collect, breadcrumbs to get a bigger picture for the future.
Well, I think it's important to have discovered that the tree kill's been going on for about 5 years, and this process isn't nearly as new as what I thought it was or anybody else thought it was. And the tree kills absolutely prove that. They go right up to Rainier. They're at virtually every volcanic location in between, and lots of the smaller ones, not just the big 12 volcanoes, and all the way down into California. I could have gone to 4 times as many sites as I went to.
Right.
There's that many tree kills, and I could have found more if I'd spend more time.
Yeah, and we can do that definitely another time. We can spend some more time showing that this is a longer term process, and that there's so many areas that are volcanically involved that this is also occurring in. I'm actually going to look into a few areas and see if I can find some interesting information.
Yeah, there's around Sisters, east of Sisters as well, and around Mount Washington, and Three-Fingered Jack, and Darlin Mountain, and Dome Peak, and Fire, whatever. It goes on and on.
Yeah, and I'm going to look into some more healthy forestry, like what a healthy forest is supposed to look like, just to kind of get some ideas. So when we find these anomalies that they can't explain, we have more of a backing in why this is abnormal.
And that's why
this isn't what we should be seeing.
And that's why I zip off to the side, because what's normal for one area isn't what's normal for another. An area is a little more drier, or the soil type is different. So every area has a microclimate effect. So you really have to look at the area that you're in, where the forest is healthy, to know what's normal for that area.
Yeah. That's exactly why I want to look into certain areas and research a little bit more and kind of just stay on top of things. Before we get out of here, I'm just going to check earthquakes really quick because we always like to do that before we leave the people for the night. I'm going to check chat. Oh, hello, Red. Red came back. She's in chat. She can't hear us, but Red came back to talk to everybody because she's probably like, where is my friend I usually speak to every night that's not there for me now? So, so yeah, Red's in chat right now. Let's go look at their list of latest earthquakes. Central California will end the night off with the 2.0. Where is this guy at? Go find out. 22 kilometers north of Ridgecrest.
I think I'm going to say goodnight, and you can sign out when you're done.
Yes, we're going to sign out pretty much right now. I was just going to basically tell everybody good night. Okay. Yeah, so we're ready. So with that being said, thank you for tuning in to Emergency Management Associates tonight. I am your temporary host, Scarlett Anonymous. Terry was here with me as well. Please make sure you listen to all of our great shows here on Freedom Revolution Network. It's not just Emergency Management Associates. We have Clarity After Dark, Journey into Freedom, the original Red Pill Show, Liberty Librarian, and so many more shows, and Collected Revelations on Sunday. Make sure you check us out. We're going to have some new features this week as well. We're going to get our Freedom Revolution Network general store up this week where you can sell your own products and things that you want to sell out there in the world. I'm a Freedom Etsy. So come see us and come join us and come join Ron tomorrow night, again at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for Emergency Management Associates. With that being said, good night, Terry. Thank you so much for being with us. I appreciate you.
Oh, you're welcome. Appreciate you too. And good night, everybody. And
good night, everyone.
I hope it was a good night for you.
It was a great night. Thank you, Terry. Any night that you're with us here on the Freedom Revolution Network is a good night, so we appreciate your expertise.
Well, thank you very much. And God bless everybody here tonight.
Yeah, God bless everybody in chat. We thank you for joining us and sticking with us all night. You know, you guys are real big troopers with that, and I'm sure Ron will be excited to hear that you guys stuck it out with us. So with that being said, from the land of 10,000 lakes, good night, universe.
And Vancouver Island. Good night.
Good night, Terry.